Ooh. Should go through the calendar. Yay, we're connected. I don't know why Twitch connects so quickly, but then Kick takes a minute. Good evening, Club Cult. Welcome. Welcome. I haven't moved any of my graphics over to the new computer yet. So, you guys are stuck with me starting. This is all, it's all blank and awkward. Like, how awkward is that? That's like 2005 Microsoft Paint shit. It's terrible. No, it's not. That's being dramatic, but it's something. Pulls out of purgatory. Oh no, where am I hearing myself? I knew this was going to happen. It looks like my audio is bouncing up higher than it should. I'm gonna do a sound check. No, updating the app is not my priority at the moment. Not at the moment. Timed this perfectly. Actually, it's not as bad as I thought. That was awkward. I think just my music is a little loud. We'll tweak it more as we go. Shh. Why? I muted sight. Didn't I? Did it? Okay. 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 We're back in business. This is such a different layout. I thought I had most of what I needed, but now it feels so empty. I don't have all my notepad stuff copied over. OBS was easy to switch though. Just had to copy one file path to another and everything showed back up except for graphics that I have to put in. I'm going to grab the calendar to update the calendar really quick and then we're gonna bop in with the baby Kimptons. Baby Kimptons! Gunther! Gunther's out of his mind. My Serena span too. Gunther's never been away from Voya. Voya was in the hospital for his liver years ago. That was pre-Gunther times. Boop up the Discord. Fun stuff. Socials. Some more fun stuff. Sketch that we're about to get up to date. And welcome to Stream the Dreams Project. Everything feels so big in front of me. It's so nice and fancy. Oh my goodness. Just my quick emojis. Why would those go away? But, hi, my name is Serena and I'm bewildered. It's the diesel one I like there. And happy holidays! Happy holidays from me to you. Da-da-do-do-do. Oh, why did... Can stuff on every side that's not mine work, please? Why did the holidays not toggle? There we go. I put up a toggle for Voya. I expect nothing, but I appreciate everything. Let's figure out what the days are. And then at some point my phone will ring and emergency doctor will call. They should like any minute. 'Cause they call it shift change between like 8 and 9. But this morning they called it 9:46, I think. Somewhere around there. Alright, the big December. Ringo's training is gonna get put off because it's weird not having my other table. I need to get his little butt sorted out before he can go to training. I want to run a retest, but we'll figure that out at the end of the week after all this is all good. Hi, Gunther. I know, you miss your bro. Ah! Stand up. Stand up and fight, you coward. Where is Zeke? You want to be a tree boy? You're gonna let Gunther be a lap man then. Casual little paw on the chair. Like, here, Mom, this is where I go. You're so cute and silly. You're so cute and silly. That's not the button I wanted. Check this. No, it did put all my settings back for sound. Okay, that's what I worked out okay-ish. Golden. Golden. Gunther, are you taking over the world? Yes, you are. Our handsome little boy. Yes, you are. Ba-da-ba-da. No call from that yet. Okay, let's see. I will miss you beds tomorrow. I think we'll do BB stream of the little Kimptons tomorrow. I was thinking about that earlier, like why don't we just do that? I think that would work out well. And then Gunther snuggle in. Tuesday I will miss you bebs. Because the babies and Mom are getting spayed. I texted my vet today and I'm like, I will have $0 for this. Do you want me to reschedule? He's like, nope. I love him so much. I'm very grateful. Very lucky. Then Wednesday, Serena Day. I have my labs on Serena Day. That's good. It won't interrupt anything. And then that changed from the schedule. We can cross that out. My grandpa's birthday is this week. Isn't that exciting? How old would he have been? I think 101. He was born in 1924. Would have been 101 this year. That's crazy. Then, actually this month isn't as ridiculous as I thought it would be. We've gone through most of the ridiculousness already. Marbles has an appointment on the 23rd. Right before Christmas, get her butt squeezed for Christmas. That's always super fun. And then we have Christmas and New Year's and oh my goodness. And January is going to be confusing. Very confusing. I have surgery January 7th, and they're doing this a completely different way than I've ever had surgery before. They're going to call the day before for what time for me to go in on the 7th, but I don't have to do any prep for it, except I think like just fast, like after midnight or something, like I'm a dog. So we're definitely out that day and the day after, and then I'm on like, oh, that's Wednesday, that's perfect. I did good with that. I'm gonna bop out January 8th really quick, and then we'll figure it out going forward. Like, while quote bed resting, I'm very capable of sitting in a chair, I would think. It might be a bit uncomfortable, we'll see. More than likely, no MFC and OF streams that week, though. I thought that was gonna be so much more awful. I think it's just the current timeline. But then also looking at the last 2 weeks, like the first 2 weeks of December, I think that's where all the chaos that I needed to update for came into play. But did I? No. But did I he was verbally informed? Yes. But digitally informed? No. No, no. Tomorrow's Monday. How did that happen? Doesn't feel like Sunday. I don't know what day it feels like. It doesn't feel like Sunday. It's not just going on its own. Zeke loves having his tree back. He's happy. I'm glad we did that. Let's get ready to go in with the baby beans. The baby beans. Burr, 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 burr. Gunther is so purry. You're so happy. Actually, you're stressed. But aren't we all? Tank test us on both sides. Tank, tank, tankity, tank. We might swap out a cat tree for a different cat tree for him tonight too. He fell off of his other one when he was running for snacks the other day. Not the other day, yesterday. And it was kind of funny, but like it would be more funny if he didn't have bad hips. I don't want that to happen again. Especially if I'm not looking. That's nerve-wracking. Gunther, you're gonna be in charge of the chair for a minute. I'm gonna put our book back. Yes. And then we're gonna go and see your stepchildren. Just kidding. You're like their cool uncle, not their uncool uncle. You're unk. You're just uncle. Don't sit on Daisy and make her cry, uncle. Don't do that. That wouldn't be nice. Pretend you're Boyd's sister or brother from another mother. I just called you a girl, Gunther. What do you think about that? So don't think much of it, Mom. I'm neutered. You're an it anyway. Yes. Good little boy. We are walking chaos tonight. A sweater somewhere. Yes, I did. Gunther does love lording over on this table, though. It's quite cute. He says, I am the king of the world, and then he licks his ass. But if you are the king of the world, I guess I suppose you can do whatever you want, my son. It is more than fair. Little king of the world butt licker. Blurp, blurp, blurp. I love this new setup, but it's so awkward for me to get used to a new setup. It always has been. I feel like it always will be. Let's wait till we get to the French. It'll be out of sorts, out of my mind. In a good way. But oh, hopefully this will. I think this will have no problem connecting. We'll find out. Gunther, you're in charge. You're the tester. Let's mute for a second and then try to swap over. It should work. I don't know why it wouldn't work. Yay! Gunther! What are you doing, Bobala? You're very cute. You're very cute. Okay, onwards to the BBs. Mr. Zeke in the tree. I can still barely see you. You're blending into the curtains. But you're so cute. You see what? You're adorable. So many light reflections in my glasses. Good lord. Good lord. Alright, I'm taking us on an adventure, Clip Colt. On a kitten adventure. One more sip. Un más. Mr. Gunther, don't be lonely. We love you. He's probably gonna fuss. You don't know how to be without Voya, just like I don't. Honestly, it's kind of helpful for me that he doesn't know how to be without Voya, because I'm focused on his coping and not my coping, which I feel like is healthy, even though if I say it out loud, it doesn't sound healthy. I feel like I just kicked the cold that I had, and I'm being out in all of the cold. So it's like 0 fucking degrees. Actually, I think it's the warmest it's been all day this evening. It's like 6 degrees, and it was much colder earlier. Breathing in all the cold doesn't feel good. Little beans. Little sleepy beans. Oh, I woke you up. Oh, Nibbler's waiting for us. Just kidding. I thought I woke them up. No, Nibbler's ready for nibblins. Hi, Daisy. Hi. Hello. 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 You're just happy little butts, and Stripes is so proper over up on the couch. She's a proper gal. Little squeaky. I love their little sounds. Daisy has the most like actually meowish meow. The other two just squeak. Nibbler and Stripies. They're just squeakies. Welcome, Panda. How you doing tonight? Daisy says, "Hey, give me some food, Miss Serena, right now, or I'm gonna scream. My name is Daisy." I stole the smooch. What is happening with this clock? I reset it earlier because it wasn't telling the correct time. This is such a stupid question, but would it being next to a cold window have anything to do with it changing time? Like, I know it sounds so stupid, but it is not 6:10 in the AM. And it was wrong earlier, but I thought I had just hit a button or something. Or like it changed it while I was sleeping instead of changing the alarm. I changed the time. Now change the time again. It's like 20s with the wind chill by you. I'm kind of jealous. That sounds warm in comparison. Why is this wonky? I don't know. We gotta fix it. We gotta fix it. And I guess see tonight if it fucks up. That's not good. Oh, it's a minute fast, but oh well. That's not the end of the world. It was 6 degrees when I took the dogs out, and when I took Voya to the vet earlier, it was between 4 and 5 degrees out. So it's warmer right now. Tomorrow it should get back to normal-ish human temperatures. I think it'll be between like 5 and like mid-20s tomorrow, and then it'll go back to like just freezing weather. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad. Well, I mean, for this time of year for winter, why are you squinting your eye? Usually we don't have too much snow yet. Like, it's rare to get a white Christmas, or even a white Thanksgiving, I feel like. Normally it would just be around freezing for this time of year, and then we would have this weather towards like mid-January, start of February. Somewhere around there. We have an early winter this year. Are you still squinting your eye? Was that just a moment? No, don't be distracted. Say, ooh, shiny. Daisy has more ADHD than I do. They love this. I think it's supposed to go in a window and reflect light. I don't know. It's very old. I need to clean the crystals. It used to hang in my grandma's room. I love you. Okay, your eye looks fine. Let's get some food. Let's make some food. Let's make some food. Oh, a little bit of snow. Is it gonna stick? Are you gonna make a snowman? That's exciting. I don't know who's gonna crawl around where. Someone do something. It's not hard to be cute. You're just a baby. You're just a baby, baby, baby. Oh my goodness, see? That was close. Pibby is laying in a dog bed that's right below the counter where the kitten food is. And it was close. I almost dropped the can on her. It popped out of my hand, and that wouldn't have felt great. Whoopsies. Thankfully it didn't fall at her, but it almost did. Bad mom. Bad mom. Welcome, Frankie. Hope you're having a good night so far. About to have some hungry kittens. Where'd you go? Oh, they're all creepy congregating by the door. Nibbler, do you want to say hi to everybody? Nibbler is such a big purr. Oh, she's finally keeping doing it. She wasn't doing it on camera a few years before. She was gatekeeping her purrs. Little Nibbly. Her eyes are so pretty. Her and Stripes have like two-tone eyes. They're so cute. Let's make their food. Food. What's the name of your cats? These are my foster kittens. This is, I'll get new names when they go to their homes. Daisy is the fluffy one, and the two black kittens are Nibbler and Stripes because one of them has ever so slight tabby stripes. You guys can make a face at me about calling the black cat Stripes. My vet did too. He's like, what? Why? Because she's little Bill Murray. That's why. And she also has stripes if you look hard enough. It's very cute. And then their mom's name is Void. She's all black. She's a void. And you Tinkies? Okay, good girl. We did so much cleaning to the max last night. When I'm coping, I clean. The house is always the cleanest when I'm like having a mental breakdown. Which helps, you know, the environment's tidy, then the mind can be tidy. I bleached out their litter boxes yesterday. We got everything bleached out in here again. I am relieved. Their tummies are getting sorted out ever so slowly. Which is so good. It's so good. Black cats are not bad luck. That's just a old wives' tale. Actually, I think in like historical pagan mythology, black cats are actually good luck, and I think it was, I could be wrong on this and talking out my ass, but I think Christianity has something to do with adding the stigma of black cats, because they're seen as a symbol of good luck in pagan history. Black cats are good luck. Welcome, Zygenics. It is a myth, but only a myth. Shouldn't name them all mythical names just for that. Daisy, what are you? She is so weird. I forgot how to zoom this. This is the most awkward thing in the world to try and zoom. she just be like over there contemplating her life choices. Oh my goodness. That is the reason that there's a lot of black cats in shelters, though, and why they don't get adopted is because a lot of people think that they're bad luck. Or even my dad admitted to overlooking black cats whenever we've been adopting. They've never had a black cat before Void and Zeke. And he said he just doesn't think they're. And these are man's words and my dad's words, so take them at face value. He loves his cats. He loves all the kitties in the world. He's a very good animal soul in that way. He's like, I don't think black cats are as attractive as other cats. I think a lot of other people feel that way too. Good poops! Bravo! Nibbler's having good poops. I know you want. I know you want. I got lazy with the dishes and I bought them bowls before Voya had a physical breakdown. And now I regret buying bowls. I regret buying a computer. I regret buying anything ever in my life. That's okay. Live, laugh, love. Live, laugh, learn. Love, learn, live. Whatever combination of those words and how they need to go together. You just did so good, Mamas. I'm proud of you. You ready for some sloppy soup? You ready for some sloopy sop? Some sloppy soup? Some soupy slop? Daisy says, I'm motherfucking ready right now. Give it to me, mama. Give it to me, baby. Uh-huh, uh-huh. And all the girlies say, I'm pretty hungry. Give me some damn kibblies. Okay, here you go. Here you go. Here you go. Good job. Good job. Good job. Soup whoop. Hungries. Hungry beans. Hungry beans. Something to do with the witches and black cats. I'm not sure. The witches gotta ruin it for everybody. That's why I got a counterpoint. Instead of being a witch, I gotta be a bitch and make it all better for everybody. That's how that works, right? Might be true. Christianity is supposed to be anti-superstition, but they contradict themselves quite a bit. Yeah, I mean, like, you're talking to a dude in the sky. That's a little superstitious. Just objectively, not meaning to be insultive. I'm blunt. I'm sorry, but I'm not. I don't know exactly, but I'm pretty sure Christianity had something to do with it. And I think the walking under a ladder has something to do with like it being like the corner of the pentagram. I don't know. It's stupid. It's all just stupid. In Egypt, black cats were divine. Oh, Void would have been a queen. She would have been worshipped. Nibbler and Stripes at her side. Oh, Daisy would have had to be like the Cinderella servant. Oh no. How often am I alive? Oh, thank you. That's so sweet to say. You seem like a nice person too. I try for every day except for Wednesdays. Sometimes life happens. But otherwise we're every day except Wednesdays. Except for when life happens. Wednesdays are my Serena day. Get all the laundry done, clean the house, run my errands, do all that. Do all that. Wonder if black dogs are bad luck too. I've never heard that. But black dogs are also overlooked in shelters a lot. I think people see them as more intimidating, but I don't think there's actually like a stigma against them like black cats. I don't know, have you guys ever heard that? I'm curious now. I know they get overlooked, but I've never thought about the superstition. Void is queen. She is our queen. We're gonna pop in and say hi to her when we're done with the BBs. And today is Nibbler and Daisy's last day of meds. Daisy's gonna be so happy. She's so mad about them. She doesn't like them. Obviously. She hates them. She says it's terrible. You're ruining my life. It's a life ruiner. It ruins people's lives. Pop in with Mom for a bit, and then we're gonna swap out Tank's tree. This is gonna be hilarious and really difficult.
Or swap out Tank's tree for another tree because he did an alley-oop off of his tree. Thankfully, there's padding around it, so he had like a gymnastics mat to land on. It wasn't bad. He only fell a couple feet, but he still fell. And I don't want to deal with any drama from that going forward. So prepare for ridiculousness and a potential scream if a spider crawls out. Because you never know. How do you have that? Oh my god. I was so tired earlier that I left the cup to scoop litter in the litter box, not in the bin. Oh my god. Thank you for not shitting on it. Oopsies. Oops. Oops a daisy. Oops a daisy. Dogs don't really have a stigma with coat, but with face. Oh, that's a good point. Because I think Ringo's kind of intimidating looking until he actually like expresses himself and he's like, but if you just look at him when he's chilling, I wouldn't fuck with that yard. Even though he's a sweet baby. Good girl, Daisy. You got this, mamas. You see dogs that have wolf-like appearances being overlooked or vilified sometimes in history. More current time, but pit bulls get all the negative press. That's true, too. The big blockheads and the wolfy faces. I think Ringo is kind of a wolfy face. I mean, I get it, but I don't know how someone can look at a pit bull and not want to go to those cheeks for that big black head. Oh, maybe that's my affinity for Tank so much. He has a pit bull head and a cat body. Get them big old cheeks. Them cheeky cheeks. Ringo is a sweetie pie. I had to reschedule. Well, I had to stop at Petco and get kitten food today. PetSmart, not Petco. And I called earlier in the week, but then no one called me back. So I stopped at the pet hotel or whatever it was to leave a message for the trainer that like, oh, excuse me, he got the Giardia. We're gonna have to reschedule to the next session. It looks like the next session is mid-January, also on Wednesdays, also in the evening. So that'll be good. Unless I was just looking at the days that it would be on. I'm assuming they're not gonna have school on Christmas Eve or New Year's Eve. I'm assuming. You got one more pooper. Good job. We're all semi-solid this evening. Yay. The poop report, everybody. A little scoop of the poopa out of the litter box. And then make sure we got food and law. Check on mama. Let the babies do their thing. Stripes loves that pile of blankets. She wants to be the princess and the pea. She's very determined. And Daisy says, okay, bedtime, ready for snuggles. You guys gotta stop going in the window. It's really cold out. Really cold out. There was ice on the window earlier. It's cold. Suspect it will be less busy in the new year, too. Oh, yeah. People are too busy absorbing the cuteness of their new puppies and not training them, and then eventually giving them up instead of signing up for training when they should be. But also it's cold out and people don't like to go out when it's cold out. Oh my god, doggy daycare was full today when I was walking through there. Like the whole daycare room was full. Like full. I think they had their max amount of dogs in there. Usually there's just 3 or 4, maybe 5 I've seen at most, but there's like 10 or 12 of them in there today. My goodness. I think it'll be less busy in the cold time too. I think it'll work well for him. And they had like the I graduated school board, and from their last session there was only 3 graduates. So I'm assuming there was only 3 dogs. Maybe 4 if one of them failed in the last class. Ringo's gonna graduate with high honors. I'm determined he's gonna be valedictorian. Good job, baby girl. I'm proud of you. Now she's gonna go in her little blanket nest. Maybe. Or just prove me wrong. That works too. I love when they do that. A lot of people got to go out to do their shopping. That, and it was also like 4 or 5 degrees today. To my knowledge, it's the warmest it's been all day right now. I don't know. I don't have location turned on the other phone, so I can't check the weather without Googling it. And I'm lazy. I'm lazy. But when I took the dogs out this evening, it was the warmest it's been all day. That was 6 degrees at 8 p.m. So I don't blame nobody for not wanting to walk their dog today. It's cold. It's too cold for doggies. It's too cold for everybody. It's ice, baby. Dun, 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 dun. Toasty good old 5 degrees. Yes. I was very nervous driving everywhere that I did not actively see salt on the road today. Like, is this is road colored? Is there going to be ice? Oh no. Oh no. The roads actually were not that bad though, thankfully. Clean up, everybody everywhere. Clean up, everybody do your share. Except it's only me doing all the shares, but that's okay because you guys aren't expected to because you don't have thumbs. Yeah, da 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 da. Ball. We know ball. Ball is like ball, ball, ball. Ball, ball, ball. And you knock it right back under the counter. Okay. That makes sense. I pulled like 10 toys out from under there earlier. They were just hoarding them all underneath the dresser. Like, why are there no toys in this room? Because they're all under the dresser. Why do cats do that? Why do they play with something in the middle of the open, but as soon as like it's in a corner, it's just it doesn't exist to them anymore? Why? Because all cats do that. They knock things under the fridge. They knock things under the furniture. And you would think that it's exciting, you know, if you put a toy underneath a blanket, they're like, oh my god, I gotta get this thing, I gotta rescue it, and then I gotta kill it, gotta get it from being buried alive, and then maul it, you know? And then it's under the furniture and they're like, oh, no longer exists. Head empty. Loading. Locating, new toy. These are the things you need to grab video of. Clearing under the fridge and the table is just toys. I'll have to keep that in my mind for Wild World of Serena content. Oh my goodness. One of the chicks at the emergency vet clinic, when I went in with Foya, told me he's so handsome that I need to make him an Instagram, and told me I could pay my rent with that. So we might be pimping out Voya soon, specifically. I don't know. Everyone always says how pretty he is. I was thinking for the handle, and if anyone secures it before I do, Chauncey's coming to find you. Voya knows best. Like, father knows best. Voya knows best. Because he runs my life. He is very handsome, and he is such a camera hog. I don't know. I guess in my head, I always thought, like, collectively, I should just post the zoo. But then I never take the time to do that because I suck. So many videos and pictures of them. I just don't get around to posting them. Maybe I should just focus on him specifically. Now that I think about it, most of the one animal specific Instagrams that I follow, like Sven, there's Robbie and Luce, even though Sven has passed away, and then Pixel and Friends. So Pixel is the main cat, but I think Digit gets most of the attention now. I'm trying to think of all the other accounts I follow. There's one of Pookie. I can't think of any right now. I guess they do showcase their other animals within there too. Oh, his story is remarkable. Is anyone good at doing like oh, actually this is probably a better way to ask this question. For captioned voiceover clips. Oh wait, never mind, that's a stupid question. I have done them before, just with the AI voiceover. Now we can see the loading sign in front of my head. I was thinking about how I could easiest put short form versions of his origin story together. But I think I could just auto caption it with TikTok. Otherwise, there's the text overlay for that. I don't think it's as difficult as I just thought it initially was for a moment. He does have a pretty remarkable story, though. One of the girls also remembered him, which I'm surprised that she's worked there that long. That was 5 years ago. She's like, I thought he looked familiar. And I looked at his file. His name was Skinny, right? Because I called him Skinny Gray Boy, SGB of the KGB. When he first got checked in, I didn't have a name for him yet. I came up with it while he was in surgery. Just searched up strong names. Nibbler says hi. But his name was Skinny when he first got checked in. Skinny Gray Boy. SGB of the KGB. That's a big jumpy. I hate when they do that. I'm pretty fast. Not mentally, but physically. And they are faster than I am. Goodness golly. AI voiceover is the wrong word for it. I should have said like AI generated captions. So that it would just transcribe, basically just transcribe me talking in the video already. No longer a cult leader, more of a social media manager for the zoo. Honestly, I mean, I can't complain about either job. I'm happy with both. Yeah, I don't think I'm thinking wow. I think that I'm thinking that's more difficult than it actually is. I've only done a couple of the auto-generated, Daisy's jumping on my butt, voiceover things for, not voiceover, captions! Captions, Serena! For Tink's videos. You wanna jump on my butt? Then come here and get in my arms. Grab a titty. Grab a kitty. Stick her in your titty. Or just grab a titty too. Where are you going? Okay, wily beasts. You do your thing. Do meds in a bitty. We're gonna bop in with Mom for a moment. Give her some smooches. Then we're gonna change Tank's life. I think he's gonna be mad that he doesn't have the big tree anymore. And I also like that that one goes up to the window, but he never goes into the actual window well. Like I can see that on the camera, and I've never once seen him go into the window well. But I've seen him go to the top of the tree and look out the window. But we're just gonna have to play more bird videos then, because better to have knocked the window than to fall off the fucking tree. Let's not fall off the fucking tree. That was scary. It was very scary. It would have been funny if he didn't already have bad legs. Because the way he flew was just like, I feel bad laughing, but it's hard not to, okay? Because this is what he did. He jumped down, and then he missed. Just went like that. Oh, it wasn't, damn it! I have to do it again. He jumped down, and then he missed, and went like that. Which is funny, but it's not, because it's Tank. I feel bad. We can't be doing that, especially when Mom's not watching. Thankfully, he did it when I was in there. But Boyd, say hi, everybody. Say hi, everybody. Say hi, everybody. Just gotta make sure you speak clearly or check the text for typos. Yeah, speaking clearly is not my strong suit, but I can check for typos. That we can do. It'll be fine. That's just like the norm of short form clips now, which I like. Honestly, most of the reels and whatnot I scroll through, I'm not even listening to, I'm just reading the captions. Hi, pretty girl. Hi, pretty girl. Do you want a treat? I don't like the future. Take me back to the 90s. I don't know. I mean, I don't know where I would want to be in the world. Probably just here right now. As lame as that sounds. Like, there are some great things about the past and also not great things. And there's some great things about the now and some also not great things. And it's really just choosing one poison over the other. Your mom is addicted to talking to the new Alexa. Aw, I mean, how many songs and recipes can you ask for? Dang, Mom. Tankers did keel over. He did a... And I feel so bad. Like, I genuinely feel for him. I'm not trying to be an asshole. It's just one of those things that, like, literally you cannot help but laugh at because it's just that perfectly idiotic. It's bonkers. Oh, Zeke's on the piano right now. I think Gunther's in my chair. I don't see him. I'm creeping at them from the... I have this super, super, super old monitor. Like, the bottom of it is junked out, and I can't really even use it for anything other than this because sometimes it doesn't turn on, and it didn't turn on for a while, but then I unplugged it and replugged it, and thankfully it did work again, so I can creep at the boys from in here. But Zeke's on the piano. He's creeping, but it's all broken at the bottom, so I wouldn't be able to see anything, like, windows-wise. Lame. 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 Speaking is my strong suit until I'm a tired girl or an unfocused girl, and then I just word vomit. Word salad, more like. But thank you. I do like to think I have a good speeching and speaking voice. When I try to. I have my moments. I do. Your dyslexia matches my terrible typing. No, you type well. I mean, unless I'm, without knowing it, translating way more than I think I am, it's not difficult. Good speeching. Speeching. I thought that was being funny and cute when I said it like that, but then I said it and I realized it just made me sound dumb. But that's what the glasses are for. That is to compensate for that. Void hungry. Void hungry. The hungry girl. Remember when your babies were born and you tried to attack me over filling up that food bowl? Isn't that fun? Wasn't that amazing? It's hard for me to remember her being so fiercely protective of the babies with how sweet she is now. I trust you with my life, Void. I love you. I love you. She's such a big part, too. It is funny and cute. Good. I put in a lot of effort to that, clearly. You got a little zapper there. You got a static electricity, girly. You're too soft and sweet. She's just a happy butt. You're so shiny. Your coat is so pretty. I'm pretty sure I'll have to double check with my vet after she gets spayed that we switch her back to regular kitty food because she's still eating Kimton food. Want to show everyone how beautiful your eyes are? We're just trying small lifts and a little bit of face. Some exposure therapy. Yes. Yes. It's a good girl. It's a good girl. It's a good little mama. A good little mama. Oh, don't step on the phone, you silly. You're silly. You're silly. Should be an upcat in no time. I hope so. I hope so. I think we're on a good trajectory. Just almost in lapcat territory. Yes. I think she'll probably always spook for most big things, kind of like Marbles has done all of her life. You know, I said this the other night too. But as long as she can be chill with the day-to-day and get along with everybody, I think we're in good progress for that. I'm very proud of you, Void. You've made great strides. Wee! Smoosh. That was a little too much. That was a little sus. Sorry. Sorry. But we still get pets. It's okay. It's okay. We still get pets. Yes. Yes. Pretty girl. You get your toy? You check that out? You know, love time. Aww. Good girl. More hungries? Okay, we had to take a break from food to get some love, and now we're back in the food zone. Get in the zone. The food zone. Alright, let's bop down with... It's men's time. Missed the tank, but bop in with Zeke and Gunther really quick, because that's where my water is. Actually, I'll let Void be in charge for a minute, and then I'll just scoop us on the way. I shall pick you up and carry you with me, Huppelt. I shall. It's the dream, combining food time with love time. I thought that's supposed to be like every man's dream. Are you just a girl in a man's world, Miss Void? Miss Lady Ma'am? Alright, you're in charge for a sec, Mama. Don't tell all my secrets. My journals are in here. She's been reading my diary. Maybe. I don't know. Never know. Oh, wait. Where is Gunther? Oh, there you go. Okay. Gunther is so out of sorts. Hi. Well, you were just very motivated to go out the door for like the first time ever. That was interesting. She's trustworthy. She don't snitches get stitches. Her ancestors told her what Voya spread around the neighborhood and said. Her great grandmammy told her the story of Voya the snitch, and that's why he had to get all the stitch, right? Oh my gosh. I think we're gonna have to start an Instagram for your brother. Or maybe I'll just wipe the wild world of Serena and change the username. I don't know. That would probably be fine. I'm not making any choices. I'm just spitballing. Miss Lady Ma'am, we love you. We love you. Big stretch. Oi, okay. What is you doing? What is you doing? I think doing a zoo Instagram is good. Doing focus posts on each of them is good also. Oh, you know what? That allows to occur to me. Miss Boyd, say, I'm ready to join the zoo. You gotta get spaded first, Mama. I'm sorry. You gotta get spaded first. Tuesday, the dwarf cat that I follow. His mom has like a main account and tags Tuesday, ow, and I stubbed my toe, and her main account in most of the posts. Yeah, Instagram for each would be insane. So maybe I'll put most of the big zoo posts, except for things that I think will go incredibly viral, on Voya's page, or like involved with him, but like not specific to him, like if him and Zeke and Gunther are doofing around or whatever. And then for everyone else, I'll just do Wild World of Serena, and then tag both. Aha! Coming up with solutions, Club Gold. I like this. I like being solution based. Aw, Slavka. Got her little blanket. Chauncey, I gotta leave you in charge for a second. I gotta pee. I didn't realize I had to pee. Otherwise, I would have just done it when I walked away before. Oopsies. Whoops. Whoops, it is. had not moved a cat tree in so long, and I am intimidated by the prospect. I don't think they're that heavy. Charlie says hi. But they're awkward. And this one's tall. I'm thinking, though, maybe I'll need help. Maybe I won't, depending on how heavy it is. Not tonight, because I'll fall up and down the stairs, and I'm not doing that on stream. I might switch this one out for Tank downstairs, but there's another one downstairs we're going to switch out for him tonight. See what he likes. Chauncey is such a good boy. He is so polite. He's got his silly little yellow blankie. It's a handsome boy. It's a handsome boy. I love you. Hey, no kisses, Mom. Slavka. Come here. Come here. Come here. Meow. Meow. Come here. You two good babies. Is that your brother? Is that your sister? Yeah. Well, I think baby's just sleeping. Just being a sleepy. Being a sleepy. Where she was when I almost dropped the can on her. Scary. Scary. I'll tell you to do things. I already did them, phone. The ER vet still hasn't called. And it's 11. I mean, no news is good news, and maybe they've had another emergency arise, so I understand. When we get back up to the main control room, I'm gonna call them. If they don't call in between then. Slavka is jelly. She's my little jelly belly. You're my little jelly belly. Okay, well, fine. No kisses then. Meh. Meh. Charlie, there's a cat door. You don't have to vault over it. Although I suppose that's good exercise. I suppose. Meow. 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 Like the odd couple on the couches. Marbles and Chong. Meow. Hold Miss Slavka. Miss Slavka. You're having an emotional crisis at the moment. You are so jelly. Come here then, Foofles. Come here. Come here. You're a good girl. Director of NASA would always wear a vest. It ended up being called the crisis vest. Oh no. I feel like I need that vest though. I think I need that in my life. What are you doing, gal pal? You just wanted some love. You just wanted some love. Little bean. Little bean. She got so big, she's a full-size cat now. She's a full-size cat now. I'm so surprised. I really thought, like, even with good food and nutrition, she would still stay pretty small. Which, I mean, she is smaller than the average male cat, but she's a female cat. She's about average for a female cat. Her dark colors seem darker, too. Oh, you know what? You're right. Her dorsal stripe and her big stripes are getting darker in color. She's totally going to floof out like little kid. I'm predicting it right now. Within the next 2 to 3 years, she will be as fluffy as little kid. This is exactly how he started. The same, make this taller, the same level of floof to where it's like a long-haired but sleek body, but then this big ass tail. It's exactly how little kid got started. And then one day he was just floof. And she's gonna floof too. Yeah, her floof is starting early. I'm a little bit interested to see how floofy she is gonna get. Wonder how floofy Daisy will get. Hi. 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 I came across a Reddit thread the other day. You're gonna scoot Tink's things now. where someone posted comparison pictures of their foster kittens, and one of them had one that was fluffy like Daisy, and then ended up being a medium hair cat. So like way less floof. So I wonder if Daisy's ever gonna defloof. Makes me curious. Mr. Tank. The tankacado, avocado, pear-avocado, all the cados. All the cados. I guess we're just gonna set this up here for the moment. I think that balances. It might balance. We'll find out. We shall see. I love our mess of blankets. We need to like put actual bedding on your bed instead of just swapping out the same blankets over and over. Mom sucks. What am I looking for you? Just love. Just love. Oh, I don't have your carrier in here. You're just gonna have to be mindful for this then. Is the way of the world. I don't know what other vibe we have here, son. I can put some cookies in a little bowl to the side, but he'll eat it faster than I can scoot it. Unless we just scoot it to the door and then give him the treats. Let's do that. Is this the treat? He likes going in the top one and then looking out the window, but he doesn't go in the window well. But he was jumping from here to here and lost his balance when he went, nerd. So we gotta prevent that from happening in the future. Oh my goodness. Won't hear disparaging comment against Mom. You hear that, Tank? I can't. I won't. Not now, not ever. Dang. Club Colt's telling you the what. The who's who, the where's how. This does not actually balance well on here, but we're gonna try and roll with it. It balances good enough. Not today, not ever. I also don't know if it's gonna fit across here. Like this is gonna be interesting. Very, very interesting. Oh no, this needs a better home. The second I go to touch it again, it's gonna go merp. Merp merp. It's gonna go Wile E. Coyote Roadrunner. It is a big tree. It's a good tree. I like that tree. I mean, I don't play with it personally, but it's a good tree. But it's too tall for Tank now. I knew it was kind of a liability from the start. Like in terms of it's tall and he has bad hips. But he always did okay with it. Until yesterday. Thankfully he didn't hurt himself. But I about had a heart attack. Like, we don't need 2 emergencies at once, please, 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 please. Please. I will be careful. These are deceptively light, even though it looks incredibly large. Like, they're not overly heavy. It's just very awkward. I just don't remember how heavy it is. You don't have the awkward cone on anymore, and I'm going to need to shove pillows for the babies. They get spadered. So we're just going to pull these out of the way to start with. So I'd lie and say I'm not a pillow girly and I don't have like a bunch of pillows everywhere, and that's because they're all shoved under furniture to prevent kitties from going where they should not when wearing a cone. But you have your avocado now. I think it's fine. I think it's fine. It's just the body pillow behind there. Won't be in the way. Again, I might scream if a spider crawls out. I will probably scream. Ugh. If a spider crawls out. More than likely. I fear that. Surprise stream! I know I exist. Whoa, how did that happen? Serena's good, dude. You can too. Welcome, Matt Topher. Hope the night's being kind to you. They are super awkward, yes. I think these are made from particle board. With Better Colts and Gardens cover. Oh, jeez. That would be something. I don't know if this is quite aesthetic. This is the before picture. There we go. I don't know if I have enough space between the bed and the couch. I can probably roll it over the couch. I just can't roll it on Tank. Toy. Oi. There's toys you forgot about back here, too. The Coven of Kindness pillow. Then that can stay over there. That one's fine. Will this fit? No! No, it will not. So, now we're about to see some true Serena methodology where I'm small and this is tall. So this is how we're going to do this. It's no judgment zone. Kids, don't try this at home. Don't do as I do. Be better than me. Welcome, Levi. Currently, we are scooting a cat tree out and scooting another cat tree in for my avocado son, Tank. Hope you're having a lovely night so far. Tank will move. He's a smart boy. We'll see. He's a smart boy, but he also trusts me. So he knows that I won't bring harm to him. So we gotta be mindful. Gotta be mindful. And I'm sorry. I feel really bad taking away your tree, but you fell off of it. You can't do that. You can't go breaking a hip that you already broke. Just can't do that. Timber! Scoot. I don't even know if it'll fit through the doorway standing up, honestly. Hey, you wanna scoot your boot? Gotta watch your booty. You gotta watch your booty. Boy. Oh, it's gonna get in the way of the... Gotta breathe for a minute, that's heavy. It's gonna get in the way of the zippy thing outside of the door. Yeah. No, I definitely assembled it outside of the room, but the room had less furniture when I brought it in here. Like the beds were scooted over more. Because the mattress is on the side, so I added like 6 inches of space bumped out from when I last moved it around. And I think I moved the couch in here after it too. It used to be upstairs. This used to be in Voya's room. So it's movable. It's definitely movable. It just hasn't been moved in a while. Oh, he is a very handsome boy. Thank you. He's my little avocado. It looks like it'll fit through the door. Like just barely. I'm thinking it'll be okay. Let's get Tank a bowl of treats so we can lure him backwards. He's just in the corner like, what the fuck is going on, man? Oh, I cock-blocked myself from your cookies. Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay. Let's do a squeezy. Squeezy, squeeze, Tanky. Come here, he's so confused. Oh, Mother, what are you doing? Motherfucker, don't take my tree. I know, baby. Now we just gotta let Slavka not run it. Because there's her little demon paws. Excuse me. Excuse me. Stupid door. Stupid Flanders. Alright, please fit. Please fit. Please fit. Please be fitted. Please to be fitted. Yes. Do it. Do it, you whore. It's stuck on the screen. Okay. There it goes. Slavka, don't do it. Oh my god, I did not imagine this being the most annoying part. Jeez! Nope, don't do it, don't do it. Do it. Do it. Oh, you are not smarter than a fifth grader. We did it! What do you think, Tank? We did it. Slavko is the difficult one. Not Tank, jeez. Oh my god. Follow you to the ends of the earth when you got the true tube. True. You will. Goodbye, tree. Here to the giving tree. This is the taking tree. That's so mean. But you're not wrong. Thank you. There's a tiny one out there that I'm gonna pop into the corner here, so he still has a scratch zone. And then we'll still put the other soft pad back in case of because Tank. I mean, for having been hit by a car at some point in life, he is very zoomy agile when he wants to be. And it gives me anxiety, but it blows my mind. It's really cool. He's a wild boy. Like, he doesn't let nothing stop him. He's got some problems there. Okay. This is much smaller, but still awkward because the base is the same size. This is the first big cat tree that I ever bought for the zoo. And it came apart in, like, different bits. And I just rebuilt it into this thing with the spare parts. Ugh. Gotta carry you over. Hoy, strong woman. Okay, stable that against the wall. This needs to turn around more. Get tight. And there's one more element to it. It's a little tank house. It's like a little mailbox. So cute. What do you think, buddy? I don't think you're going to be able to go in the mailbox with your cone, but... A little scratchy circle zone. Boop, boop. Like, he also races across the mattress tops and across the couch and the bed. It's good to have a flop zone. It's good to have a spot to predictably land. There we go. I think that's better. I think so. Excuse me, Bo. Slavka's already at the top of the other tree. This is my space. This is my space. I mean, I'm not, like, incredibly strong jacked, but I'm physically capable. I live alone. I have to be able to do things. Nothing stops the avocado. I know. I do like how I put together, like, the little spare parts that were left over from that one. It works out nice. And we got scratchies. Here's a little bop to bop around on. What do you think, Tank? You want to check it out? Let's get some treats. Let's check it out. Get him kind of associated with it before I just ditch him with it. You want to see? Plus, he really likes the, what's it? The little tent thing. So I think he'll like these once he's out of the avocado. What do you think? It's all new. It's gonna smell like girl kitties. And try to explore the inside. There's a treat up there. There's a treat up there. Oh my goodness. You can do it. You're big and brave. And you can't fall off the cat tree again. Here you go. You check out more? There you go. Tall guy. Strong man. You want to check this out? Come here. Says, what, do you think I'm stupid? Okay, you don't have to check out all of it right away. That's sturdy, though. It's not going to wobble out on you. I had to tighten it. It was kind of loose when I moved it in. There you go. Check it out. It's a little mailbox. It's a little mailbox. Yes. I don't think anyone's ever actually slept in there of the big zoo. In like the mailbox part, there's like no floof in it when I look at it. What Tank hears is mumble, 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 Tank, mumble, 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 treats. Yep. Oh, you want more cookies? Okay, you can have 2 more. You can have 2 more, and then that's enough cookies. We can't overdo the cookies. You can't overdo the cookies. 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 Cookie crisp. You can get this one up here. You brave little explorer. Good job. Good job. Good job. Tank's winter coat is in, and his hair is a little thicker than I would like on his back where he can't groom himself. I need to brush him soon over there. I don't think Tank will be the first in there. He's not small. Yeah, he might not. We'll see. He'll definitely want to go on top of it and run around on top of the mattresses there. Kind of debating. I don't know what I want to do when we get to the French. If I want to do double bed, so it's like normal height, because he can jump on the couch fine. And he can obviously fly up the other tree fine too. I don't know if it would be a bad or good idea to restack the mattresses instead of having it like a little bed enclosure. I guess the only thing we could do is just try and see how it works. And if not, just make it how it is or was. What do you think, Tank? What do you think, Tank? Say, you know, I don't mind it. We can do this now. Have I told you guys that? He's not happy with it. But we can do it. We can do it. Yes. He used to bite me for that. French will have wall-mounted cat climbing things, like all the finest cat cafes. I would love to, and I wanted to do that here for so long, but I'm torn on the idea of it because it has to be like tall enough to be engaging for them, but I also have flying idiots. Not that all cats aren't flying idiots. To where I would be afraid that like somewhere, somehow they would fall off the side or rumble tumble or run around with the other and like get a swoop to the butt and then we'd have a broken leg. I overthink everything, which is good in some ways, but also dumb in ways like this, where it's just like, it's simple, stupid. It's simple. It's simple. It would be amazing to do. I've thought about that for a long time. But I'm letting one horror story ruin it for me. There was a cat I was following on Instagram, and the mom does rescue, so she still has an account, but one of her cats fell off of one of those wall-mounted things, like, that was put together well, like, it wasn't janky, it was safe for years, and he fell off of it one day and broke his hip, which, that's a big surgery anyway, but the screws and plates that they put into his hip to repair it ended up getting infected, and he passed away. So I'm using that horror story as an excuse to be paranoid about the idea of putting those up. If I did them, I would want to do some kind of netting underneath. So if something extended out a foot, I would want 2 feet of netting. if that makes sense. So they couldn't like tumble over to the ground. We need a bouncy castle. Voya has he kind of has a bouncy castle. Like one of those little kid tents. It has stars all over it. It's not up in his room anymore, but it used to be. I think I took it out when I moved Gunther in, because Gunther sprayed on things occasionally when he first moved in, and I didn't want that sprayed on. So it's in the laundry room. Oh, I should bring that in for the kittens. I bet they would like it. I'll have to think about that. I don't know how easy it would be to sanitize it. I mean, I'm small enough for the cats or for me. You guys want to shrink yourselves down a little bit? Duck. Jump very carefully. Club Cult is invited too. Multi-purpose for all. Oh, Tank, so lovey. We're gonna do your big snack before bedtime, okay? Because you just had a whole bunch of little snacks. It's like, oh, but I'm being so cute and lovey. Need more snacks. I always need more snacks. I always need more snacks. Always. Big enough bouncy castle for future horses even. At that point, we're just making everything in life pillow top. Where it's just all like down comforters. You little pervocado. I love you. You're a good little boy. Thank you for letting me swap your trees. I'm sorry to take your tree. I'm not meaning to be a dick. It's just that you fell off of it, and even though it was funny, that's a very scary reality that you could get very hurt. Because your leg just be floating in that socket there, my son. And to fall like a fainting goat is not something that mommy wants to see on camera. No. I don't want to see it in person. I don't want to see it on camera. I don't want to see it. So that means we're not going to do it. We're not going to do it. No. No, we're not. I love you. Boop. And he's off. To hiker for more treats, but that's okay. Padded walls, you say. I mean, like, I feel like that would be a great running joke to have in my life in terms of. But it would also be fantastic to have. It would stop so many casualties of Serena. My own existence. My own existence is a casualty. I love you, Tank. You're a good boy. Thank you for letting me do tree swaps. So I don't think I'm strong enough right now, just by being a super muscle mommy, to drag this thing upstairs. And by now, I don't mean like right now, but I mean like in general of the moment of times. But to be fair, my strength is also a bit limited today because I stressed myself out into a cyst on my ovary, which is wonderful and certainly not painful at all right now. But it's okay. It's just uncomfortable. It's not like I'm gonna die. But I do think I want to put this in front of the kitchen window. It's the same platform size as the one up there, I think. And then maybe we'll swap around the trees for Tank again and he can have the gray one that's upstairs. But for now, we're just going to shove this over to the side. The wild ones can have some fun with it until it goes wherever it needs to go. Thankfully, it's not hard to move on just like plain floor at all. Trying to teach Slavka how to use a toy basket, like not just like she's not gonna learn how to put her toys away, but to take them out. And she's slowly learning. But then the other day I found it all tipped sideways. So she found a better method. Which like you go girl, but oh my god, you're in the bottom. Slavka. Slavka's going for a ride on the bottom. There you go. Which way does this one go? I can never remember. Like this? No. Into the screws probably, huh? So not that side. This side. There we go. Boom. Accomplished. Tiny demon girl. All over it. They're gonna have fun with that tonight. Zootopia chaos. And up and away. When she jumps up on things, it kind of reminds me of Daisy. Like, she's still getting used to her size, too. Chong, you gonna check? Chong got his butt smacked. Got a little surprise booty squeeze there. Oh my gosh. You're so silly, girlfriend. Feels like it's been forever since you've seen him. Aww. Him and Marbles have been like just hardcore chilling on these couches. I think they like that it stays consistently temperate down here versus upstairs. Like it gets cooler and warmer even though the heat is on based on what it's like outside. Like there's a draft upstairs. There's really no draft downstairs. It's consistently whatever this temperature is. They are comfy in the basement. Which they're not locked down here by any means, but tall girl. They're comfy down here. Little kid's been sleeping on the trash shelf because I dug that out of the trash, the shelving thing. Dragged it home with Ringo and freaked Ringo out with my DIY Empress skills. He hangs out over there. Charlie's been liking sleeping on the dog pajamas. It's interesting. Did she get that? Where did she go? Oh, she's by the fireplace now. Okay, crazy girl. I love you. I love you. What else do? If I remember, I want to fill my vitamins, but otherwise we're gonna bop up back with Zeke and Gunther. I'm gonna call the emergency vet and see what the report on Boya is, because again, no news is good news. Like not hearing anything is good, but they're also supposed to call every chunk of time. But I also understand if they're having an emergency, but they're also supposed to call it 2.5 hours ago. So gotta figure that one out. I'm not anxious, you're anxious. Oops. I'm going to bake tonight, but I am not in the mood to. I love doing cooking streams, but I'm not in the mood to bake. I'm just not. I have like zero creative energy in that sense. We'll see how I feel about it after we do a call. Maybe we'll bop back around for it. I don't know. I do want to bake some cookies for my mom. They do a lot for me. They is good humans. Oh, sleepy babies. Sleepy babies. Be on the bed. Little babies. Little babies. Hello, babies. Hello, beans. Hello, Ganta. Hello, Ziki. The king of the piano. The king of the piano. Doc Vet would understand delaying cookies even if he was expecting them. Yeah, but I planned to make them today, and I think I'm electing to make them tomorrow. I want to figure out what the news is going to be here first. Let me switch this back over. I'm going to heat up my coffee and mentally prepare. And then we shall call and see what is the news, my dudes. Bloop, bloop. Oh, this is also different, but also smooth and shiny and nice. Makes me happy. Yay. Functional stream stuff. My computer is having not even a shit fit. It's barely like having an elevated heart rate. She's so calm. I love that for her. It's so beautiful. It's so lovely. It's so wonderful. Hello, mission control. I did figure out too, I don't even have to unplug the DVI. I can just switch the inputs
It sounds stupid to figure out something so simple like that. But I can just switch the inputs and it works just fine between the PlayStation and what the fork? Oh, what the actual fork? Between the PlayStation and the monitor for when we want to play games or have another monitor, which is hype. I like that. This is so wrapped. My chair was stuck. It was stuck. Oh, the boys like the fuzzy side. I'm gonna leave the fuzzy side. Clearly like the fuzzy side because there's little cardboard pieces all over it from their scratch pad. Little goobers. Little goobers. Alright, let's heat up coffee and see what's the news with the boy. I want best case scenario here. Oh, moving that cat tree was both a lot easier and a lot more stupid than I thought it was going to be. It was easier to move, but it was dumb to have to drag it over the bed part. I see the amusement park ride table is still in place as needed. Yeah. It's not a new home yet. There's been other stuff going on. No, Gunther kind of likes it too. We're gonna let him get his jollies out with it, and then we'll scamooch it to the French. Oh golly gee willikers, Batmans. Alright, I should be able to put most of it on speaker, but I'm gonna have to say personal information when I first start the call, so I'm just gonna mute for a minute. So here's the timeline. I got a call. Well, I dropped him off last night, brought him in, and had to leave him. They wanted to run fluids and pain meds to make him super calm and see if he would pee on his own, and he wouldn't. But they did do a urinalysis and send out urine for a culture. There was blood in the urinalysis. That's why they mostly wanted to keep him more than anything, because it's scary stuff. And then he did not pee on his own still. They called me around 5 a.m. Surprisingly, I woke up to my phone because they were supposed to call around 3, and I did not. They did not. So I went to bed like around 4, and they called around 5. At that point, they placed the catheter to start flushing his bladder, like to flush the blood out of it so the blood doesn't clot and also create a blockage if there is a blockage. And once the bladder is flushed, which hopefully will be the news that we'll be able to get, they'll remove the catheter and see how he pees on his own and if he's able to pass urine on his own. And that will determine if it's a stone blockage or like a stone or crystal blockage, or if it's just a severe UTI. But cross fingers and paws, because if they can get the catheter out tonight, like by now-ish, and if he can pee on his own by morning, then he can probably come home tomorrow. And that would be nice, because my house feels naked without Foya. I'm going to call them right quick. Now we get hold music. Whisper, whisper, whisper. Wait, that confused me because you can send whispers on Twitch, like that's their messaging system. I was like, wait, Kick has whispers now? It will be both terrible and amazing the day that we get DMs in some way, shape, or form on Kick. I don't think they're gonna do DMs on Kick. Too much to manage. Ads are coming inevitably, though. Eddie announced it. I saw a clip of it. I feel like having some kind of private messaging system, at least between streamers, would be helpful. But I do think that's far in the future if it would exist. Emotional support, Zeke paperweight mode, engage. Yes. Yes. Supposedly, I'll see if I can find the clip if I remember when I'm off the phone. But supposedly they'll be non-irritating or invasive, whatever that means. If kind of like how a Twitch will run the big ad, but then like you still see the stream in the corner. I wonder if it'll be kind of like that, but opposite, to where it'll just be like a tiny little overlay, like that much of an ad or something that just rolls across your stream. I wonder. I'm getting anxious. That is true.
Thank you so much for voice doing well. His vitals have been good. His urine is looking very good compared to what it was when we first unblocked him.
Yeah.
It's because you came and visited him earlier, correct?
Yeah, I was there around noon and his catheter bag was like orangey tinged, but when I talked to you guys this morning, it was like port wine colored.
Yes, it was very dark when we first unblocked him, but now it's looking yellow, so it's
Okay.
very much improved in like less than 24 hours, which is very good for him.
Okay.
But otherwise, he's been well. He's been eating the dry food we've given him.
Oh,
Just
good.
like a
He
few
loves
bi-
his food.
a few bites at a time he's been getting. It seems like earlier in the day they tried to give him wet food, but he wasn't really a fan.
He's like hit or miss with the wet food. He enjoys the idea of it, but the actually eating it, he is just meh.
Yeah,
It doesn't matter to him too
I-
much. He likes his kibbles.
Yeah, I have a cat like that at home as well.
Aw.
Yeah, he's been good. He's a very sweet boy.
He is. I'm glad he's
we're all
being
big
nice.
fans.
Aw. As far as going forward with his treatment, what's the next line of protocol now that he's lightening up in his urine?
Yeah, so now that his urine is lightening up, the next step going forward is on doctor's discretion. Would be when we would remove the urinary catheter.
Okay.
And then after that, once the urinary catheter is removed, we would just need him to urinate on his own, like at least twice.
Okay.
And then once he does that, he'd be good to go home.
Okay, that's phenomenal. Is there any predicative timeline of when doctor might make that choice?
I'd have to discuss with my doctor, who's here right now, to see if she'd be interested in doing that. But it would probably be sometime tomorrow morning that the doctor would choose to remove his urinary catheter.
Okay.
Yeah, because that way then it gives him the day to urinate on his own.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, and then the doctor for tomorrow, he'll give you a phone call, just like you got a phone call this morning. Yeah, so he'll give you a phone call sometime tomorrow morning, and he'll let you know Voya's plan for the day.
Okay. I'll be by my phone all night, so if anything changes with him, or even if doctor decides to pull the catheter early or something, if you guys could please call and let me know.
Yeah, of course we will.
Okay, thank you. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. Was there anything else?
I don't think so. Just give him a hug and a big smooch for me, please.
Of course I will.
Okay, thank you.
All right, you're welcome. Have a good night.
You too. Take care. Bye-bye. Okay. That's the best news that we could ask for, other than having the catheter already removed. But I understand, like, they're going to be hesitant to do that because it's obviously in his pee-pee, and the way that they have to run this catheter, it's a flush. So he has 2 stitches. He's shaved like a My Little Pony. He has like a cutie mark shave. And he has 2 little stitches on his side. Hi, baby. That's holding the catheter in place, which it makes me so sad. I feel so bad. I feel so bad. Okay. We can breathe a little bit. So there's suspected cause. It sounds like there was just blood clotting and causing the blockage. Like they haven't indicated stones. Granted, I didn't ask, and I probably should have, but all of our conversations prior have been no stones suspected so far. So I don't know what the cause... Well, I have an idea what the cause would be. Me. But it sounds like we're thinking at this point that it's just a severe UTI, which is not good, but better than a blockage. I would suspect the cause is for Zeke also, because he has a little UTI going on. But I would expect him to have been more symptomatic than Voya. Voya showed me no signs other than Friday night when we started building the PC, or I started streaming something. I don't know. He was a little weird in the litter box. And I thought to myself, okay, you need to watch him for the next 24 hours because, like, what if he's having trouble peeing? Sure enough. But he hasn't been struggling. He's been going normal. Everything's been fine. And he must have been just greatly hiding it. However, I usually park in the back of the house. And I've been parking in the front of the house over here over the last few weeks since the big snow. So since around Thanksgiving-ish, somewhere around there. And when they see boots, especially Voya knows boots and purse means vet. I've been going through here with the kittens in the carrier. Boots plus purse plus carrier definitely means vet. And that means scary stress. So that plus probably the moving stuff around here a little bit was the nail on the head. But it was probably festering to some extent from me going back and forth this way. So I parked in the back earlier. We're done with that. My car gets stuck in the alley. My car gets stuck in the alley. I'm not fucking with that. Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the cult. It is whatever you want it to be, baby. It's a choose your own adventure. And thank you, says Zeke and I, for taking the time to be here tonight. But I would suspect that's the preliminary cause. The nail on the head was probably me moving things around here. Because if I move one thing from the one side of the room to the other, it's the end of the world for him. Because he's traumatized. Trauma cat. He's probably a little anxious about splitting your time with the BBs too. That's possible as well. There could have been an original preliminary source. That would have been a small trigger of the puzzle, too. Welcome, A-Train. When have cigarettes do I smoke? I don't smoke anymore. I quit smoking cigarettes 2022? October of 2022? I did start vaping again, though. I quit the last time I was in the hospital, and then I started again because life is stressful. It just is. Right, Zeke? Zeke's better than me, though. He doesn't have to vape to handle his stress. He's a good boy. You're about to fall off of my lap, son. The way that you're laying is very awkward. No, I'm not about to be your new drug dealer. I'm sorry you're 12 and you can't buy cigarettes or anything on your own, but I'm not the cool friend. That's not actually cool. Sorry. Sorry to disappoint. Zeke wants lap time. I think we are going to ditch out on the cookies concept. Which is okay. I can make them tomorrow. I just extra need to be able to bring them on Tuesday because I texted my vet earlier. I was like, I am tapped out for the week. Boy, it's an emergency. This is what's going on. Not asking for any favors, but let me know if we should stay on the schedule or not. Damn, you are having a bad night. I really hope it gets better. That sucks. I hope it gets better. There are 2 people that were following me for over a year, too. Tonight, the night of big balls for the small men. Emotional maturity age, yes. Jeez Louise. Jeez Louise. Welcome, Doc Heavy. Hope you're having a wonderful night tonight. Zeke says, hello. I almost want to play some Star Wars tonight. I think that's the one game that I can think of right now that actually encapsulates all of my energy and would be a good distraction. How do you guys feel about some Star Wars? Oh wait, we have the star here. I think we'll do Christmas decorations after everybody gets spadered. So the end of next week. So it'll be like right before Christmas. Oh well. Let's have an extra magical Christmas time. But we can make the star. Boop. Zeke said, fuck that star. Nothing says Christmas like Star Wars. You're not wrong. I bet there are Star Wars themed Christmas decorations. That would be cool. Oh, there's a lot going on with it that I didn't expect. Oh no. They did a Christmas special. Aww! That would be cute to see. This looks complicated. Are there instructions? Yes. Build me a star. Draw me a sheep. Build me a star. Build me a star. Now I'm done being extremely stressed out and putting the jacket on again. I think I'm overthinking it, but I don't know, that might be too warm. I don't have a good, like, temperature going on here with Zeke in my lap. I might be overthinking it, but I feel like she was annoyed that I called or, like, felt like I shouldn't have gotten a call tonight or something. And, like, Bish, I said you had call around between 8 and 9. Alright, we're gonna set the instructions up there. Cute. One sleeve on, one sleeve off. Usually just like 3/4 sleeves is my go-to because then I'm like core warmed. But then the arms have some breeze. Amazed that they're open 24 hours. They're an emergency hospital, so they have to be open 24 hours. Kind of like VCA, but they're not VCA. VCA is just as good, but slightly more expensive. And VCA kind of just rubs me the wrong way. I don't know. Their specialists are really, really good. Their emergency doctors are always kind of like shitty. Like, I get that their job is hard and they have to deal with a lot of very, very difficult things, especially in emergency cases, but and respect to that very much so. I value what they do, but whenever I've gone to VCA for an emergency, they make me feel like I'm a bad pet owner. And then I don't trust anything that they want to do, and I don't know. It is a very high emotional bandwidth job. She is probably a little bit weary. As an extreme response to that, the veterinary industry, I think, has the highest suicide rates of all medical professions, if not most. Therapists are probably right up there with it, but it is a very emotional bandwidth heavy job. It actually amazes me very much that my vet can do all of the hands-on things that he does every single day. He probably does at least 3 euthanasias a day, if not more. And he's able to cope with that. He is a superhuman. He used to be dentist. I don't know if the stat is exactly correct, but veterinarians are definitely up there. Is that where the Rudolph's Shiny New Year, or no, the Rudolph's Christmas little dentist guy stigma came from? Creatology. Why do they have that stamped on the back? That's silly. What did I do to my hair? It's floofing out everywhere. Like, it's not gonna not floof out. It's messy tonight, but it could be a little better. Blue chunky yarn. Well, there's 2 blue chunky yarns. Do they mean the flu-flu one? No, the flu-flu one goes second. I think. It's the only blue one, though. I don't want to lose any of the pieces, so I'm hovering them over the desk so that the kikis don't get into them. What makes it worth it for them is cat moms like you who really care about their BBs. I'd like to think so. Probably makes it, not saying I'm the greatest in the world by any means, but I try my best, that's for damn sure. And I think we're missing a string. I dropped it. We are negative a yarn. They jilted me, I think. It's probably easier to go home at the end of the day knowing that you... How do I even want to phrase this? My brain is out of words for today. I talked to the vet and I'm done now. I'm asleep with just my eyes open. Easier to go home at the end of the day knowing that there's someone who will actually follow your plan of care and that there's proactivity in place. Supposed to have a light blue one, but I don't think they mean the extra fluffy one because the extra fluffy one is the next step. But then the teal one is the next step after that. I think they put in white chunky instead of blue chunky because there's no white instruction. It is the trying and caring that counts. You ultimately, inevitably cannot change much in this world. And that's just life. But it is the trying and caring that counts. We're not wrong. As long as you do your best, you can say fuck the rest. I think you're actually supposed to glue these on because the instructions say glue. It's just a built-in cat toy. But we're going to tie it and see how that goes. And if it turns out shit, it turns out shit. We'll deal with it from there. I feel like I'm a pretty capable yarn tyer. I think this will go okay. Do, 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 do. Wants to go crisscross applesauce. I need that. You're such a butt. You're such a butt. I love you. You're such a butt. He tries to take them and run with them like Stripes. I don't know how I'm supposed to do this part. Who lurks in the shadows? Zeke does. Say this is 100% true. Best yarn tire I've seen on cake. What? Thank you. I try. I try. That's all you can do in life, is just try. It's trying and caring that counts. I don't think this is gonna end up being exactly uniform. I think the glue was necessary, but instead it's gonna be very unique and special and beautiful. And I think that's more important. I'm allowed to have creative freedom with this. They gave me the wrong color. Like, it's doomed right from the get-go. I think I made the back side look nicer than the front side. So far. Yeah, unique like a snowflake. Precisely. That's what we were going for. I think we succeeded. And how to run this under. Zeke played himself into hungries. Okay, so it sounds like they're gonna want to take the catheter out in the morning, probably, which is good. So hopefully he can come home by like tomorrow afternoon, evening. They want him to pee twice, they said. I know you guys heard the call too, but... I just really hope he can come home tomorrow, because one, it's expensive, and two, I miss him. Priorities not in that order, but, you know. Voya's not, like, a big bathroom user, though. Like, he maybe goes to the bathroom at most, like, twice a day regular. I'm worried it'll take a while. Homemade decorations are better than store-bought. They are! They're even better when you realize that you bought them a year ago and discover them while cleaning. Welcome, Noah. You're welcome to throw it into the Discord. I'm not just gonna show something that I don't know what it is randomly on stream. I don't know what's gonna violate TOS. If it's on YouTube, it's probably safe, but you never know. We are welcome to throw it to the Discord. Next is the blue. The fluffy blue. Are these attached? No, they're different. They're individual. They're unique. I mean, I was kind of bitching that we didn't have a star for the tree this year, and now we do. Boy also tore down a few of the stars, so they're stuck around the pole now. They're not. I should just tie them to the top of here. Doy. They're not all the way going down anymore, because he was playing takedown. Well, I was so patiently waiting for him to pee on his own. I kept telling him all of yesterday. But yeah, if you don't pee, we have to go to the hospital. If you don't pee, we have to go to the hospital. If you don't pee, we have to go to the hospital. And he did not pee, and we had to go to the hospital. He's stable. He's doing good. He's doing good. I'm admittedly a little bummed to hear that the catheter is still in, but what are you gonna do? Voya being healthy is better than speedrunning care. I feel like this is pretty relaxing, honestly. Good point, Stream Hub. It's like visual ASMR. VSMR. I don't even remember what ASMR stands for. Auditory something. Urine being yellow is good news. Yes! It was all orange and ooky when I was there this morning, or this afternoon, or like around noon, lunchtime. And then it was red when they first put the catheter in. It could be a very specific UTI infection, though, now that I think about it. Because they are running the culture on it. So we'll see if it's like a specific bacteria set or something. We've certainly had our fair share of strange randomness in this house. So I'll be curious to see. Oh, this one's shorter than the other one. Need stinky. It's gonna be awkward to tuck in. Oh no, I lost it. I have to put an update on Twitter and whatnot tonight. I wanted to wait until I heard from the vet to do it, and they didn't call. I always feel so bad when I call. I feel like I'm being annoying. It's good news, though. Okay, she's looking a little uglier. Well, in person, but she looks better on camera. I feel like the first layer looked good in person, but then bad on camera, but the second layer looks bad in person, but good on camera. I don't understand that one. Bless you. Bless yous. That's the next step. The teal. And then the pom-pom strings. And then the gold sparklies. Thank you. I appreciate that. I know I'm not calling like all day long either. Like, tell me information about my cat. Every hour. I don't know. I respect their time a lot. I know that if they're not paying the world's closest attention to my boy and all the other BBs in there, then they're dealing with an emergency that's happening, and me calling is just taking time away from that. But I'm insane and I need to know things. And I know that no news is good news, but it makes me nervous when I hear that I'm gonna hear at a certain time and then I don't. Tried. That might be one too much. We can always go over it one more time. This is actually turning out kind of cute for just a weird little wrapped thing. I guess it's like a tiny little wreath, kind of. Oh, we haven't played Star Wars in so long. This will be interesting. This will be interesting. I feel like Republic Commando is pretty easy to put down and pick back up, though. I'll have to relearn a few parts, but that's really it. Unless I left this off at a really shitty spot, which I'm pretty good about doing. That's always possible. You never know. I don't know how this playlist shuffled itself tonight, but it's good. I feel like when you change devices, the shuffle on things changes. Like, dramatically, not just a little bit. I feel like I'm being silly saying that like that. But it feels much different being on the new computer. And if I don't play Spotify on my phone for a while and just play it on the computer, the shuffle is much different. Oh, damn it! That was dumb. The shuffle is much different than when I'm usually just playing it on the regular. It'll kind of repeat itself. I accidentally cut one of the back pieces by trying to just pry it open with scissors, like pry it up. But I forgot the scissors were sharp. I just saw a tool next to me that would work. We'll see how that one wants to hold up. That was a little bit dummy moves. Oopsies. Whoopsies. It's scissors cut things, Serena. Adoy. Adoy. Yeah, kids don't try those at home. Scissors are sharp. My mind is Modest Mouse tonight. We all float on, baby. We all float on. I am mentally and physically exhausted and completely out of sorts. Not having Voya here and changing my routine to revolve around Voya not being here is just like the weirdest fucking thing ever. 11 out of 10. Would not recommend. It's weird. This room feels like so strange. I don't know. It's weird. It's very weird. But if I missed you guys tonight, then I would miss you guys tomorrow and Tuesday and Wednesday. And crossing fingers and paws, not Thursday. And I didn't want that. So we get scuffed. Sometimes the slightly scuffed things are better than the pristine and perfect because it's real. That is true. It's raw. I mean, you can't pretend to be perfect all the time. I pretend to be perfect for maybe like 2 hours every week. That's it. Hey, no, you were supposed to go places. Wait, we have 1, 2. We're gonna try this a little bit different. We're gonna do the Serena remix. So otherwise, like, the ends are like naked and awkward. I will say, I do like the vibe of, I would call them like girlfriend experience streams. You're just like chilling like a villain. It's not a certain theme or a certain layout. It's just like as if you were hanging out on the couch together. I do like the vibe of those streams. Sometimes I call them fishbowl streams. Sometimes they're more like voyeuristic streams. But I do like the vibe of that. It's nice. Just can't do it all the time though, because then you look lazy. It goes from the girlfriend experience to the lazy girlfriend experience. And that's a problem. Outkast made a song about that. My friend's got a girlfriend and he hates that bitch. I'm perfect, what? I don't think that's ever happened a day in my life, but I sure do appreciate that. I'm perfectly imperfect. I'm perfectly human. We'll go with that. That I can agree with. Welcome, Barnstar. You hope you're having a lovely night. Right now we're making a little Christmas star. How it will actually turn out, I don't know. It's a little dollar store craft kit. It's nothing serious. I hope the night is being kind to you so far. Comfy, cozy streams are the best. They are. Just can't do them all the time because then you look lazy. You gotta put effort into life. Ugh. I don't think that's actually true. That's just my personal feelings. I would feel like a lazy person if I was always cozy on... I mean, I am always cozy on stream. I'd prioritize my comfort. But if I had every stream as what I call a scuffed stream, I would feel lazy. I wouldn't like it. I like how this turned out, though. We just gotta put the sparklies. 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 Oh, this one's really long. It's like doubled up right now. Shiny. I'm gonna get a wig with sparkles like this. Or there's the sparkle extensions. Those are cute. It's so fine. Where did it go? There we go. So fun. Adding to the chill vibe. Aw. I appreciate it. Our imperfections define us. So those little things that people like about each other, that is true. Little idiosyncrasies, little quirks, little weird things that we have about ourselves that make us unique. I feel like those are the most enjoyable things about a person. That is 100% correct, and I wish more people when they're starting streaming would understand that. And I have a skewed perception because I started in a different spot than where we are now, but I wish I would have known the overlap does not really exist. When I would have started like game streaming and safe for work streaming. Welcome, Cruzel. I have a whole dang zoo. How many pets do you have? Make it like a dick swinging contest over here. Get more pussy than you. Oh my goodness. It is about finding a nice balance though, and the nice balance comes from being able to, one, adapt to your situation and circumstances. Like tonight I'd like to have a mental breakdown, but we're actively choosing to not do that because we're responsible human beings, right? Yes. There are other things more important in life than having a mental breakdown. Oh, that should go behind. Because you don't need to be so perfect. So perfect. But I am selfish. I do always have my fun. I don't think that's actually selfish, but it makes sense to say that it's selfish, I think, for description purposes. I am selfish. I will always do what I want to do, how I want to do it, whether that's good, bad, or ugly for the rest of the world. If everyone was perfect or the same, it would be so boring. Yes, that's why I follow a lot of cats on Instagram, not influencers. I mean, the cats are influencers too, but still. Oh, she's turning out so pretty. She's so pretty. Stepford Wives vibes. No, I don't think I'll ever have those. I'm not cool enough or uncool enough. I don't know which. I'm just that goofy uncle. I think that's how Sasha Grey describes herself. There's an interview I watched about her and her streaming career, like post-adult work. And I think she said something about her chat referring to her as like the cool uncle. How much pussy do you have daily? You can't even pretend to match it. I don't think anyone could. Like, you would have to be a male prostitute to try and get on my level. And even then, like, wouldn't your dick hurt after a while? My feelings hurt after a while. My emotional dick hurts after a while. My emotional support pee-pee. The Stepford Wives were entertaining because they're so creepy and the same in that case. Yeah, they do have a certain nuance to them. Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome to, officially, the club, the cult. Whatever you want it to be, baby. To choose your own adventure, and thank you for taking the time to be here tonight. It is a little Christmas ornament. Do I work on my own ornaments every year? I think we've made ornaments every year. Oh, right now we have kitty ornaments for when we put up the tree, too. If you guys gift ×5, you get to adopt one of the zoo. And they will be up on the tree with a tag with your name on it, too. A few already claimed. I still don't know how clunky that sounds on my mic. I apologize. I don't know if that's like bang, bang, bang. Or it was just like tickle, tickle. I don't know what that's doing to your ears. Sorry. I do like being crafty and creative. But I also have nice ornaments that I like to put up. So making a whole bunch of ornaments doesn't really make sense. But I don't have a star for the tree. And now we do. But it looks like a donut. I want to eat it. It looks like a donut on camera. Oh, it has a weird fluffy. We gotta get rid of that. That's ugly. Nitpicking. Fuzz picking. Stepford Wives was in reply to it would all be boring. So I should or shouldn't be a Stepford Wife. Wife. I just singularity'd the plural. That was uncomfortable. Or pluraled the singularity. I don't know. Whichever one makes more sense. ASMR bag of coins in the ears. Oh. I'll be more mindful about that. I feel like Homer Simpson would be down for this.
Ah, drool. Drool. We did it! We made the star!
I know of a few more arts and crafts laying around places, but I think this is the most prevalent calling to us at the moment. She is beautiful. She is beauty. She is grace. She is glorious, and I don't know where to put her to be in our face. There's not a nail on the pole for good reasons. That would hurt me. I think I should cosplay as a Stepford wife for my next stream. How would we even start with that? Do we ask ChatGPT? I don't even know how to start researching that. Is there a WikiHow for how to be a Stepford wife? Why do I keep saying wife? Wife. I mean, when I Google that, the first thing that comes up is how to have a great marriage with pictures, which concerns me, but for educational purposes. Let's find out. Let's find out. I don't know why this wouldn't work, but we're gonna hope that it does. I disappeared. I'm back. I'm back. Thank you for the kind words, Barnstar. Appreciate you. Try to have a good time. I don't log on if I'm not in a bad mood. Or if I am in a bad mood. I don't know words tonight. It's been a long day. The world is unkind enough. Not that I would ever be unkind, but I will never be one to bring more negativity into the world. I may not be your positivity cup of tea, but I will not bring more negativity. It's fine. We can hang it up over there for now. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's just fine. I need to fix how my camera is setting because I can't move it at all. The tilt is all forked up. Like having a great marriage falls singularly on the woman. I mean, I feel like that's changing a bit over time, but still not so much. Oh wait, I don't know enough about Stepford, not how to. I don't know enough about the concept of Stepford wives. Is this actually true? Wait, is it a group of women who are robotic? Or what was the Stepford stepwife? Oh, I read that wrong. Stepwife. Never mind. Step bros, why didn't you correct me on that? Managing your contentment and how to be. Wait, if you're just a shiny, happy accessory, wouldn't that technically be if I cosplay my sugar baby character? He is on the table. He blends into the darkness. He is the Batman. He is the alter ego of Gunther. He is the Batman. New to Kick, so you're just getting your bearings. I feel like Kick is a great place to start for that, honestly. Twitch feels overwhelming to me now, like in between dashboards. It's always felt overwhelming, but it still feels like it's way too much. Oh god, I don't have a name for her. I just speak in a Russian accent and talk about all my sugar daddies. And wear a fur coat. Would that technically be like a Stepford wife? Hold on, I think... Wife, not wife! Oh my god. That's annoying. That's annoying. I was vaguely aware of the concept, but I've never seen the movie. I think we need YouTube for this. I don't even think I'm logged into YouTube. I'm not logged into anything, is what I've recently learned. What are you playing? Why are you randomly... I don't understand you. Oh, I am logged in. Okay. Oh, because I logged into my Googles. 2025 recap. I don't know what that would be. Live. Shut up. I can't stop it, apparently. Ba-dum-bum-bum. Let's get some background info first. Nicole Kidman is pretty.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to introduce...
It'll obviously change over time, whether a lot or a little, but I do like the simplicity of Kick currently.
You haven't heard. About what? All your new shows.
I wonder if when they implement ads, that'll be when it comes out of beta. Movie is worth a watch. It low-key irky though.
Goodbye, everybody!
I can relate to that at least.
Movies that we can be the happiest family in the whole world.
Welcome to Stepford. Stepford is the family paradise. It has no crime, no
Oh wait, when they did Desperate Housewives, is that kind of like a twist on a TV version of this? I like Desperate Housewives, but it kind of annoyed me also. So I think I know the feeling that you mean.
When Stepford, it seems like a real match.
Absolutely. And all of your wives, they're so, sizzling.
I'll take it. I'll take it, put it in my pocket, and keep it forever.
Am I the only one who finds all of this more than a little disturbing? Aren't you Bobby Markowitz? I love your book. What was it called? It was about your relationship with your mother. I love you, but please die. These women are extremely
Love you, but please die. What?
Does something to people. All of the women are always smiling and having incredible sex in the middle of the day with their husbands.
That's a problem because
It's not normal, Walter.
It's not normal.
One of us.
Is he even able to move the club cult thing that's over here back over?
Last night I went online and I found
So impressed. I just need to move all my graphics over.
CEOs, executives, judges.
So that's all blankety blank. Faith Hill!
You could change something
She's so
by
pretty.
pressing a button, could you?
ever since we met, you've beaten me at everything. You're stronger, you're faster, a better executive, you're even better sex. Don't deny it.
I wasn't going to.
Imagine if you could streamline your spouse, overhaul everything.
This looks interesting. Now that the laptop is mobilized, I'm considering doing, if it will function for it. That's the question. A movie night on Discord while the babies are recovering and while mom is recovering. So I wanted to do Dolly Parton's Hard Candy Christmas, or the somethingest whorehouse in Texas. Maybe we'll do Stepford Wives too. That's real exciting. Looks like it came out in 2004. So an older movie. Is there an original one? I thought when I was searching it said something about like 1975. Yeah. So there would be the original. Which is better? Or more amusing? The original or the new version?
A very modern suspense story from the author of Rosemary's Baby. The Stepford Wives, about what men can do behind closed doors.
Ew, the original one looks creepy.
Right now, it's strictly men only.
No, he was just a baby there. That's probably around the same time that he filmed The Producers. Because he has the same haircut. ...2005, so a year after. Good call, Serena.
Anything that gets him out of the house nights is fine with me.
I like to watch women doing little domestic chores.
You came to the right town. I want to please him now.
This seems very creepy and dystopian.
It took me so long.
I feel like I would enjoy this one more,
Your name's changed, Carol Van.
but I think we'll be more amused by the remake.
Bobby, it's gotten to you.
Getting the hell out of Dodge.
You look like a woman. And you're not going to leave Stepford either, are you?
I feel like this one's a thinker that you gotta like pay attention to. The 2004 one looks more campy where you can just laugh along to it. Even though it's probably a little fucked. That wagon though.
You see somebody,
Woo!
get some help. You see a psychiatrist.
I think the men in the association.
Still looks like Ferris Bueller's Day Off too, even in his old age. Is he old? I feel like he's probably about my dad's age. I mean, I guess my dad is old, but I don't think of him as old.
Where are they?
My grandpa's birthday would be this week, and he would be 101 this year, which I guess is kind of officially old. If you're 101 Dalmatians. The remake hits on more current issues, I would say. I think I would enjoy the remake more, but this would be a titillating focus watch. Is it based on a book? Is that the Sopranos font?
In the town of Stepford,
Almost.
baby rated PG.
No, it's more curly, like an old book. That one's more rounded. JK. Shut up, stomach. You're just anxious. He's 63. He's younger than my dad. My dad was born in 55. He was born in 62. He's a youngster. He's a youngin'. A little baby. Little baby. You just watched The Last Stop in Yuma County the other night. It's a recent indie flick that's so well done. Ooh. What's the premise of it? It's a very creative title. I think if you make it to 55, you'd consider yourself old. I feel like perspective on age changes over time, though. You only are as old as you feel, right? I don't know. Some days I feel 100. I love that there's still like little chunks of movies still all over YouTube. Makes me laugh. They made a second one of this? I'd never even watched the first one. Oh, 2026? I never even watched the first one. I wanted to, though. It's been on like every watch list since.
A young woman once showed me where the map ends. She left us a key not to power.
He does look good for 63.
Not a mirror.
He's just a baby still.
Held a little closer
He felt old at 20.
until we mistook
Join the club.
for destiny.
Join the club.
Samuel.
I think that's kind of a blessing in a way, though. I mean, that means that you're, like, matured, settling into life, making good choices.
To quiet storms that
There are too many AI trailers right now.
inside human minds. If we use
Damn it, it is AI! Or edited at the very least. They're getting too good! The only ones that I can really easily pick apart are the ones that are usually like pets mimicking how like a Ring camera would record. I wonder if they're using Ring camera or similar data for any AI plugins. However that goes. It makes me wonder. Do, 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 do. It makes me wonder. Oh, that's not the right button. I probably just forked that way up though. We're getting used to a new computer. It's different. Why is that? Did I remove the crop completely? Oh, Serena, what have you done? I did! Son of a biscuit-eating bulldog! Can I Control Z that? Yes. Okay. Fixed. I meant to put my camera back. I don't know where the game's gonna pop out. There we go. Play a little bit of... Oh, I gotta give the BBs their meds. I'm gonna play a little bit of Star Wars. Let me switch the input around here. HDMI. Matt, oh Matt, give me the HDMI. Thank you. Thank you. You're listening to a cover song that you liked. You were really annoyed when you found out it was AI. Aww. I don't blame you for liking it, though. The day that we were listening to the ones posted in the Discord, they came together really well. It was neat. Kind of sucks that it's sucking up resources when people could just sing it, but they sounded good. I'm not going to shade it. Premises that a traveling knife salesman runs out of gas at the last gas stop for 100 miles in the Arizona desert. Oh no! But the fuel truck there hasn't yet arrived, so he has to wait at a diner for it to arrive, and in the meantime, a bunch of curious characters arrive there, and the tension rises gradually as we piece together a connected mystery. Very fun. It sounds very, very fascinating. I like the build of like a little mystery game, sort of. That's neat. That's very unique, I would say. Even for an indie movie, that's a nice twist. Put that like there-ish. Pop that over, and the game... Did my camera? No? Oh no, we're playing Wizards over here. Okay. Getting used to a new setup is so weird for my brain. So weird for my brain. You know, this gas stop. That would be nerve-wracking. I can't imagine. I'm a goofy goober when I'm on road trips, though. I make sure that I'm getting fuel if I'm gonna get close to 100 miles from empty. Because you never know when there's not a stop and there's a problem. You never know. So I stop probably way more than I should. Damn, the last time we played this was in June. Fucking June? Shit. My god, my computer is handling all of this so well and just like... Ah! Some level of effort involved in prompting the AI to get it how you want, but working in the creative industry, it puts a bitter taste in your mouth. I would imagine so. I mean, I can kind of compare it to... I would imagine the feeling is like comparable to... There's a couple of AI platforms where you as a not safe for work creator can add your likeness to it, and then there is an AI of you that will chat. And on one hand, I think that's amazing. It's streamlining your work. It's making it a tool to be able to provide to the masses in the way that they choose to want to be provided to and find it interesting, and therefore a revenue stream, and that's wonderful. But at the same time, it's kind of freaky that you can upload your AI likeness into something and it pretty much deletes the existence of you as a person. And on the flip side, making music like that deletes all of the creative effort and time and money and passion that's put into making music, just like most of us put into making our content. It's bittersweet. It's cool for the masses, it's sucky for the creator. It's probably the best way to button it up. I'm not really a movie watcher anymore, just because I don't take the time to sit down and watch them. But I do like indie flicks here and there. It's a tourist destination, actually. Oh my god, maybe you have been there, the Mad Topher? Like, for real, for real? And someone gets your data and they can start selling their likeness for themselves. Yeah. That does worry me with the broad range of how things are going, but at this point all I can do is creative control and creative damage and control what I post, because everything I've already posted is already there, and someone can probably play Build-A-Bitch and make their own Serena, but is it as unhinged as me? No. Not unless you give it like some goofy arm joints and then disconnect, reconnect like an articulated Barbie. And then maybe. I feel like we've all probably driven by a gas station like that. Especially in like the Arizona, New Mexico, Nevada area. West Texas. The AI is Grok powered. It's pretty unhinged. I'm not gonna lie, I used Grok to make the holidays photo. One, because I've never made, or the promo for that. I've never used Grok before, and I was curious how accurate it would be. Where is it? I posted in the Discord, I think. I think. I better have. For the puppy picture. Because there is nothing that I could find that wasn't like a stock image. What just happened? Barnstar, thank you so much. Thank you. I asked it to make puppies and kittens in Santa hats cartoonized. And it took a few prompts, but it did a pretty good job. But I will admit, I totally used Grok for that. That is 100% AI. Everything that I was looking for online that I liked was licensed. So it was owned by Stock Photo, or one of the many things that are similar to Stock Photo. It's like, well, if I can't find something for free, I'm going to find out how to make something for free at the cost of the environmental materials. Thank you so much, Barnstar. You are an awesome human. We have an awesome human alert. Welcome. Thank you. Thank you for supporting Stream Dreams Project. Thank you for being a part of the holidays. Where's my mouse? Oh, it was on the other monitor. Okay, that's something to be mindful of. Thank you for being a part of the holidays and the Stream the Dreams Project. You are wonderful. I'm gonna put your name up on the board, and I owe you a star because I'm currently out of construction paper. I did mean to get more construction paper, and then we had an emergency. So, we do not have more construction paper. Is there more in the drawer? I wonder. I don't think there is, but there might be. Bitch, I might be. Bitch, there might be. Oh, we can make some blue stars. Snowflake stars. We're entering our snowflake star era because this is the last piece of construction paper I own. Damn, I never thought it would get this bad. Need more construction paper. And here, for the time being, let's make good use of this up here. That works quite well, even though that did not. Gunther's about to be inconsolable. Let's do orange. I like how orange shows up. And it'll match. Going out of your way for you. I mean, we can hold on to that thought and put it in our pocket if we'd like to. But it does say on my profile, sub for stars and name on board. Or not on my profile, on my stream. It's been a very, very long weekend. I don't know my words anymore. Meow, meow. Gunther. I want to make sure there's no leet speak in there. Otherwise, we'll take my dyslexia out to play. Oh, I think the batteries finally went out on this. The light is not very lighting. Case in point, wive. Yes. I swear I know that the singular of wives is wife. Just, I don't know. It's not coming together. It's just not. There's a line in a song by Brand New. It says, coordinate brain to mouth, then ask me what it's like to have it all so figured out. I wish I knew. Do-do-do-do-do-do. I feel like it's in the song Guernica. It's probably Guernica or 70 times 7. Nope, it's okay, I believe you, but my Tommy gun won't. Coordinate brain to mouth, then ask me what it's like to have myself so figured out. I wish I knew. When I lose my words, that's what I think of. Gunther, food time! He was about to jump up on the desk, and he's like, oh my god, meals! Meals on wheels for deals and steals. No, you guys deserve the recognition for your amazingness. 100 million%. Always have, always will, always do. Someday when you figure it out, you let me know, and you can live vicariously through you. Thank you, I appreciate that. That's a high honor. That's a big ask, but again, I'm not asking, you're offering, so I'll take it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Make some stars. Oh, now the last pen is finally dying. Where's the other pen? You know what? I give up. I have merch. I don't know where all my pens go. They just run away. They have their own individualized existence. There's 2. Pop it up, boop. Now we're rich in pens. Now we can draw some damn tree stars. Boop, boop, boop. Ziggy, you rocking the boat? Don't tip the boat over. Rock the boat, baby. Aw, you're very welcome. Thank you. Thank you. I'll take those endless kudos, put them in my pocket, save them for when they're needed. It is, as always, it applies to most things. It's the trying and caring that counts. Tree stars, are you a long neck? Yes. Actually, I'm a ducky. Wait, no, ducky in that one says, yup, yup, yup. I loved The Land Before Time. I have almost all of them on VHS. And my niece and nephew got to fall in love with them, and I got to fall in love with them all over with them again while they were little. And it was the best ever. I don't know how popular that series ever was, but honestly, it's so underrated. Like, I feel like any kid that didn't watch it truly missed out. But again, I'm partial. I love dinosaurs. I love dinosaurs. Land Before Time was amazing. The first one was so perfect. But I liked the one with my other 2 favorites other than the first one was, I want to say it was the third one where it had like the old once great dinosaur and they like go and rescue him and all of that, and he's like this super cool like old western dinosaur. He's also long neck. And then the one where they cross the big water and go see Chopper on the other side. It's very big, 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 big water. But no, the sequels didn't have the gritty trauma of the first. Like, watching those things back, it's like, I'm crying. How did I not cry as a child? But we were just not aware enough of the world to be that vulnerable, I guess. Oh, there's the other pen. It was hiding behind the kittens. I found it. I found it. The first blue star. These are rarities, I guess. There's only going to be 2 blue stars. Maybe we'll do rainbow stars when I get more construction paper. That's always an option, too. I love this new game we're going to play for, like, the next week of Where Is Everything? Because it's so tidy. I don't even know. Oh, the other roll of tape fell. That's fine. It can stay there. It can hang out. It was such a lovely set of movies, but the original was superb. It's a very good way of putting it. You remember the Big Water song? You only saw that once. It was a good song that was very memorable. It's deep and dark and dangerous. It's scary and cantankerous, I think. Things go wrong, I don't know. In very big, 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 big water. I feel like that's also to the same tune of like another show tune or something else of the sort that's popular. I think that's why it's memorable too. It's recognizable to something else. Alright, I gotta give the babies their meds real quick and then we'll up count and bop into some games. I will be RB. It shouldn't take long. Just gotta do Daisy and Nibbler's last ones for their 10-day cycle of Antibiotics. Ziki. Oh, the babies are in a very love me mood. Let's pop in with them for a little bit. I can't resist. Also, it's so weird being in here without Voya. Ziggy says, I didn't do it. I'm innocent. I didn't do it. To be fair, it's really easy to knock that over. I do it all the time. But son, baby son. He's like, Mom, what happened? I don't know. I'm scared. What happened? Oh my goodness. What did I miss? What did I miss? Reminds you of the Dot animated movies. They're Australian productions. Aw. 80s animated flicks were so gritty, like Secret of Nim. Oh, Secret of Nim was cute. It was very cute. I don't knock Pixar, though. I like me some Pixar. Yeah. Oh, hello. You are acknowledged. Meow. Zeke wants a lap. The babies want love. I'm just gonna snuggle on the babies the rest of the night. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Roku has so much on it for free that I take for granted. Zeke, okay, for 2 seconds, because you need emotional support at the moment. Then we're gonna go see the babies for a minute. Because they're in their feels. They want love right now. I didn't do it. I didn't do it. He does have such a pathetic meow. Zeke, you're invisible. We gotta give you a dye job or something. And he's all purring and cozy like, I did nothing. I'm innocent. I'm innocent until proven guilty. I did nothing. All curled up and cute. How do we get back over? There. Such big words. Such big words. It was just the light up nails, names, words, names board. So I mean, like, it's important, but not expensive. Maybe that's why the lights are going out on it. Oh, I think the batteries probably are dying. The batteries have been in there for like 2 years, and it's a kid's toy, technically. It's like a Crayola draw board. I think it's Crayola brand. It's a lot of dumb kids' toys that are awesome for stream. Hi, Boobaloo. Hey, Boobaloo. We're just unlocking our inner child. Oh wait, is it the Secret of Nim that's on El Preme? I didn't even know there was books for Nim. That's cool. I gotta look for those in the library. He's learning how to be a stream cat. When did we adopt Zeke? In October or November? Either the end of October or beginning of November. I honestly can't think right now. Somewhere in this crazy timeline of life, he's learning how to be a stream kitty. Nim is on Prime? Aww. Is there really? We have so many options for potential movie nights. That's awesome. It's wonderful. It's phenomenal. It's fantastical. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Zeke cheeky TVs. Zeke cheeky TVs. You have the most beautiful eyes. Golden eyes. Golden eyes. Golden eyes. Never-ending Story is so sweet. So is Fern Gully. Oh, All Dogs Go to Heaven makes me cry every time. Even more so knowing the lore of the end. But, oh god, it's still emotional. I don't know how I watched that movie and, like, enjoyed it as a kid. Like, it didn't make me sad. I liked it. Now as an adult, it destroys me. Same thing with Homeward Bound. I cried, like, every other scene in Homeward Bound. That was impressive. I didn't think it would, like, do that much emotional damage. Alright, see, the babies want some love for a minute. They do. We're gonna skamooch the boot. We're gonna do a little skamooty the booty. Do you wanna take over the chair? You can totally have the chair. Yes. You can have the chair. And rotate. and rotate. Huh! That is the best Roku hack ever. Honestly, the Roku commercials are not that intrusive, which I appreciate very, very much. But I'm jealous. That's awesome. You gotta take the chair, buddy. He still got his back legs on me. You're silly. Can't watch it without tearing up as an adult. You would have to be heartless not to. I think it's like we just don't understand or know those emotions very much as a child because of development, and we haven't experienced them yet, more or less. Like, I think below the age of 7, it's hard for children to grasp most complex concepts. You certainly can't understand sarcasm until you're at least around 7 years old. Because my dad thought I was stupid. My dad is very sarcastic. That's his prime sense of humor. And he relayed to me at my adult age, many years ago, at some point, that he thought I was stupid for a period of time because I didn't understand any of his jokes until I was like 7 or 8. That's because children under the age of 7 generally can't understand sarcasm. Doesn't compute. My nephew, however, had a great grasp on sarcasm from a very young age. I was very impressed by that. And tank test us. One more go here. Sarcasm is like either a learned or evolved humor. Be good. Be good. Golden. I put you all in my pocket. I put you in my pocket. I guess it would help to have the Go Cam set up too, huh? That would be pretty GG's. Yeah. Not ditching out on us just yet. Why not have some cuddly kitten time? I feel like we all deserve that. I mean, it's technically officially Monday. Why not start Monday with babies? Like, does it get any better than that? Maybe with titties instead of kitties, but that's really the only way. Mute on good. Good. I would love to watch both of those as an adult. Well, I think Neverending Story I saw in my teenage years. I didn't watch it as a kid. But Fern Gully I would love to watch again as an adult. Oh, yes! That's so special. Barnstar, you ready to meet my foster Kimtons? They're very wanting the lovies right now. Is that Mom talking? That's Zeke talking. Someone's talking out here. Mom? Question mark? I have Mom Cat too. But Mom Cat we're probably going to end up keeping because she's getting more brave, which is wonderful. But she's also a pretty skittish girl. She was a street cat. You're not meowing like a big girl, are you? You're meowing like a big girl. Mom, back it up. Whoa, she's very... I wonder if the babies are sending signals. She's very into the idea of walking out the door today. Or this evening, rather. Hi, Mama. Where is you? You're around my feet somewhere. There you is. There's Mama Kitty. If you're mowing, obviously you need some attention or something. What's going on here, lady? What's going on here? I don't know. Oh, Robin Williams is so wonderful. Please, you don't even have to use your manners. You're stuck with the babies now, whether you want it or not. You're officially Club Gold. You are now a baby daddy. You are now free to move about the stream space as a baby daddy. Mrs. Doubtfire is so funny. She had a very prego ego. Actually, she was pregnant a few times, and she's been hanging out for... When was Tank? Summer of 2024. So about the same time that I rescued another feral cat. So she's probably about 2 years old. But I failed trapping her multiple times. She's very trap savvy. And this most recent pregnancy, my neighbor was caring for them too and putting food out, and she walked right into my neighbor's house.
My neighbor called me and was like, I got her. And now I got her. Because she's full at her Foster's and zoo currently. She was a mama. Her and the babies are all going to get spayed this Tuesday. So she will never have to be a mommy again. But she was a mama. 2 of the babies look exactly like her. Try and scoot the tripod up a little bit. One of them is a perfect little mini mom. The other, Stripes, has like slight tabby stripes, and then Daisy is fluffy. But she was a mama. And she's just a shiny girl now. She is so fucking shiny. I don't think I've ever seen such a shiny cat in my life. We should have named her Oil Slick. She was a mama, but she never will be again. You're gonna have some titties for the rest of your life, though. You got nursed on to heck. Oops. Whoops. But I think you had other litters before this one, too. I'd venture to guess. I'm pretty sure she was pregnant at least last October when I last tried trapping her, and then she kind of fucked off my house because she was like, this lady has food and traps, and the traps aren't worth it. They're not worth it. They're just stressful. Yeah, she got some titties. Petrol putty tats. Are you a petrol girly? Aww. If you're ever brave enough, you can hang out in the garage with me and we can get some cool pictures of you with my car. How does that sound? How does that sound? Little JDM kitty. She's such a good girl. I think we can probably hear her motor a little bit. She's purring really big right now. She gets very lovey at night, though. All of the street kitties do. It's so interesting. Like, they're all nice during the day, but they all seem to be more active for attention at night. Definitely the girls more so. Charlie and Void and Slavka very much. If I'm still awake and like bopping around by the time 4 a.m. rolls around, it's like, mommy, 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 in every direction. 2.5 on the Purry Richter scale. Void is pretty brave for love. She is pretty food motivated, but her fear outweighs the food. However, she is very love motivated, which is awesome. Makes me so sad. Like, we have such amazing street cats. The babies are calling us. Oh, we did a kiss. We do a kiss. And all that means is many someone's missed out on really great cats. And that's awesome. I get really great cats now, but I have a lot of cats. Which is not bad. It's just, I don't know. I love everyone and I'm grateful that they're here. But it sucks that the world is not better. And that I feel like I have to compensate for that. I don't think she was ever completely feral. Maybe the baby's daddy was. But I would consider her just unsocialized. She knows people, but I don't think she ever had people. Or she wasn't that socialized to people. She definitely hides, like, when my dad comes over or if my buddy's here. Then she gets nervous, but she's bonding well with me, which I'm grateful for. But she definitely gets spooked really easily. Like, something falls or, like, goes out of place or moves really fast. Or even if I, like, rush in here really fast and don't think, then she goes and hides. I feel bad. Some of her timid nature to new environments and new things is what remains from her street time, I think. Yeah, pretty much. Otherwise, she's pretty good at being a house cat now. You just gotta introduce to the other kitties and introduce to the dogs and be okay with that, and then we're golden. Then we're golden. And if she gets super brave at that point, I would consider adoption, honestly. Like, not just for me, but to have her up for adoption as well, because then she's a well-adjusted cat to a multi-animal household, which is rare. It's rare. I'd like to think we're doing good work with Trust. She's a good baby. She gets such a little curly tail. Little piglet. You have goats and hens? I'm jealous. Well, actually, I'm kind of afraid of chickens, but I feel like if I raised them from hand, I would be okay with it. Otherwise, they intimidate me. She wants to play. But goats, though, I can't wait until I have goats. I'm so jealous. That's awesome. Yeah, goats are kind of both dumb and smart. That's awesome. That's so cool. Goats have like the energy of dogs with like the zero common sense of cats, but also attempted agility of cats. Really interesting creatures. Barred rock hens. So that's their breed, I would assume, or their lineage. Does that describe more of like their demeanor or their coloring? Like, are they fancy looking? I don't know much about chickens. I would have to learn. Yeah, that's my question. What are they? What are they? What are they? Or if you haven't joined the Discord, when I welcome you in, you can post in there. As stupid and stubborn as cats, and stupidly loyal as dogs. And goats are the perfect mix. What are you doing, gal pal? Burp, 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 burp. I think your babies wanted some attention. I think they did. They were being lovey butts. They were being lovey butts. Thank you, Cygenics. I appreciate that. Oh, my back just popped when I got up. Let's see if that was good, bad, or neutral. Ah, that was neutral. That affected nothing. I did nothing. Which, I'll take that. That's decent. That's decent. The barred rocks have the black and gray pattern. Aw! And they have a great temperament and lay eggs on a regular basis. They sound... Mama, you gotta see babies. Quit chewing on my leg. They sound like a good starter chicken, honestly. Or just like easy keepers in general. Really cute, easy keepers. Hold on, Mama Bear. We'll be back. We'll be back. We'll be back. I have my dinner with you tonight. Like bopping around everywhere. I'm having my dinner, my meals with her. I'm spending quality time with the boys. I'm going with the babies. We're gonna sleep in with the babies tonight. I slept with the boys last night to be able to monitor Boya and watch everything. So the babies miss me. Gotta snooze in with them tonight. Daisy, don't get your head stuck in the door. You derp. You derpy derp. There you go. Babies! Babies! Babies, babies! Where are the babies? Babies. Babies! Babies! I would love to see a picture of them. Yes! When you join the Discord, just don't forget to green check the rules in entry pass and rules. And then I can give you a follower tag and you can see all the channels and not just the couple that come up publicly. You guys were hankering for lovin's. You were hankering and tankering. Meow. Meow meow. Meow meow. Nibbler has much words. Much words for us all. This is Nibbler. She's the third born baby. They turned 14 weeks old. I think? Yes? Or maybe, I think we're on week 15. So they turned 14 weeks old? Yes. On Saturday. Hey, baby girl. Where's Stripes? Stripes is running around my butt over here trying to be on tech control. Stripes. Little Bill Murray. And this is Daisy. And yes, they're all from the same litter. Daisy is just big. She's got a pound on everyone. Oh my goodness. I won't judge you if you don't join. It's just an easy spot to like drop pictures or links. Because I don't allow links in chat. It's more for your guys' convenience than mine. It's an alternative route. Hello. 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 Are you gonna jump on my head? I feel like you are. That's concerning. Did my leg taste good? Yes. Aww. Nibbler's starting to do like the rub up love. And it's really cool. I love seeing them. Oh, now Daisy's doing it. She's like, don't count me out. I love seeing them turn into like fully formed cats. It's cool. Daisy was about to jump on my head. She was thinking about it. She said, this is an option. What do you want? She just wants to snuggle. That's what she wants. Daisy May. Daisy Mary Moo Cow. Look at her. She just wants to be cuddly. She does want eeps. Discord, I feel like, can be overwhelming if you don't regulate your time on it. Like, most social media platforms definitely can be overwhelming if you don't regulate your time. But Discord somehow, like, actively keeps you engaged if you let it. Versus, I feel like it's easier to close, like, Twitter or Instagram or TikTok than it is to close Discord. There's always something more to look at in Discord. So I don't blame you for feeling that way at all. I'm in other Discords, but I don't really ever visit them, honestly, because of that. I know I'll want to read this and read that and read this and read that. And it's, oh my God. Like, there's an MFC model Discord that I should participate more in. And I haven't let myself, because every time I open it, I want to read through everything that I've missed. And that's like a whole day's worth of reading. The girls gab. I can't do it. Can't do it. Oh my goodness. I feel like the pandemic really brought Discord out a lot as like an alternative to like Teams and whatnot, to be able to chat with your friends too. Girls gab? No way. Yes, they do. No, I get it. There's no pressure to ever do anything. It's just an easier route for sharing things. But I never want to be anyone's stressor. I exist stressfully enough. Never go out of my way to be anyone's stressor. It really can be overwhelming, though. It's kind of like Reddit. You can just keep reading and reading and reading forever. And then it's 5 a.m. and the sun is coming up and like, fuck. It's troublesome. Pandemic brought out a ton of social media that would have taken years to come to fruition. That is true. And our addiction to it. The way it hits the GABAamine, dopamine receptors. Actually, I think the logic behind doom scrolling, I read within the last couple of months, it has something to do with your brain processes dopamine in like a roughly 2-minute time frame, but your short-term memory doesn't process in the same time frame, like when you're watching a whole video versus like just memorizing one thing. If you're memorizing one word or something, it would be different than you'd have it memorized. But the reason we doom scroll through videos is because it hits your dopamine, but it doesn't hit your perception of time and memorization. So your brain is saying, this feels good, but I don't remember what I just watched. So let's watch the next thing because it might be important and we might need it. It's actually quite diabolical, the way that this has all been either purposefully or accidentally shaped to be the perfect storm. Sneaky pot, the necklace indeed. They like shiny. They're ADHD like their stepmommy. Ooh, shiny. Ooh, drawstring. Ooh, shiny. Ooh, drawstring. Nibbler's getting so snuggly. I like that. The twins have always been very independent. Or more independent than Daisy. Daisy's always been very clingy, I guess I should say, for comparison. Stripes is coming out of her shell a little bit more, but I'm glad Nibbler is a bunch. I think she'll help Stripes come out of her shell and do really well at their new home. Stripes and Nibbler are spoken for, but Daisy is still up for adoption. And if Mom adjusts magically, perfectly, amazingly, as much as I would love to keep her, I'd love to give her the chance to be adopted too. I was really thinking that she would be a terrified cat forever, and she's showing me a different side of her, so maybe we could find an extra special place in the world for her. We'll see. We'll see. Be really interested to know how much the average attention span shifted due to the whole pandemic. Oh my God, that is a great question. I wonder if there have been any studies done on that, especially with like the age range of, say, 16 to 25 during the pandemic, or even like 15 to 24. Because that's developing minds, and God, if all you're doing is school on your computer and scrolling on your computer, like if all you're taking in is media, what does that do to your attention span, whether you're learning from it or just consuming it? That makes me wonder how fast social media is. I'm sure it's dropped. The irony of the study on social media would be on social media, but you're not wrong. It would be. My first thought is like to look through Twitter for it. Whole generation just raised primarily on the computer. It sounds dystopian. Yeah. I feel like that's what our parents were afraid of, like being born in the 90s. Hey, thank you for the follow. Little did they know this is what life was going to be. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the cult. It is whatever you want it to be, baby. Is it choose your own adventure? And thank you for choosing to hang out with the babies tonight. And myself, of course. Hope the night's been kind to you. That's a good point. By how much? That'll take years to discover. I'll have to check the stats in like 10 years. It'll be like vapes. It'll honestly be congruent with vaping. We'll find out how much that has ruined us. At the same time, we find out how much bonus social media plus pandemic has ruined us. It does feel dystopian, though. What our parents thought of us being raised on TV. Hey, get your toy out of the litter box. That is a good point, too. Or like raised on video games. Like you have to watch your exposure to media in that way. And now we have iPad kids. Are we that determined to not be our parents that we went from don't be raised by the TV, video games are violent, to here's your iPad, watch your Bluey and consume. Oh God. That's big thoughts for a big day. Get that toy. But obviously you guys just wanted company. You didn't necessarily want attention, you just wanted company. Okay. That's okay. We can hang out for a few and soon we'll do a snooze. Are you taking over? You're taking over? You were a teenager in the 90s and the internet was just getting along. Some of the first game chat rooms were starting. You're live on a chat when Princess Diana was killed in 1997. Damn. That is wild. That's a very pivotal memory. I don't remember it, but the whole world freaked out about it. I remember my grandma having something on TV about it. That's really it. I guess my mom was really into Princess Diana. Which, like, looking back at pictures of her, she does kind of have, like, the same style and haircut, etc. Which I find interesting. Like, there's almost an exact duplicate photo of my mom in the, I don't know, like, workout outfit. That picture of Princess Diana that's very popular. She just has, like, a gray sweater and, like, shorts on. It's not a complicated outfit, but we have, like, the exact dupe photo of my mom. I wonder if she did that on purpose. But she's secretly a cosplayer as well. Maybe. Maybe. You never know. Are you hungry now? Thirsties? All lined up at the watering hole? Mm. Oh, I saw this post the other day and it suggested how to do a stretch. And what was it? There's something arm over arm. I think you're supposed to be sitting, not squatting for it. Oh, your arms are over and then you put your head down and then you tilt your neck. And that helps stretch out these shoulder muscles that are like impossible to stretch out otherwise. Feels good. It's very simple. I never understand why I'm more tight on the left side when I'm right-handed. I would think the right side would be more tense, gets used more. Maybe that's why it's looser though. Is Serena secretly a princess? I mean, that'd be cool. Give me my inheritance, bitch. Got fat bills to pay. Give me my royalty now. Shut up and give me my royalty. What's interesting is that the colorfulness of Kick and Twitch mirror the exact same format of gaming chat rooms of the 1990s. Some things never change. Many things in the world have evolved, including the interface of the internet, but not the actual content of the internet. The early days of Justin TV. Kick reminds me so much of what I remember from Stickum back in the day. Good peepees. It's just a chill, goofy atmosphere. I like it. Hello, Daisy May. That's my top. It's my top. Compensation for stuff usually. That makes sense. Hi to babies. So little has changed in that time. This is comforting, save for the visual cameras, of course. Yeah, now basically you get 0 viewership if you don't have some sort of like camera or like V2 model. That's basically an industry standard at this point. Hey, baby. Ow! Daisy! I'm not your birth mother. Jesus. She bit my titty. I think she's just going for the necklace. But it was funny. You certainly have entertainment right now. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, you silly big girl. You silly big floofle poofle. Hello, Nibbly. Stripes, what are you doing? Oh, she's just being weird. Okay. Go Stripes. Go Stripes. Go Stripes. I mean, we're something. Silly and goofy, definitely, but many other things, yet no words to come to mind. We are both everything and nothing all at once. This is the most exciting, boring stream that you could ever be a part of in your life. Consistently. That's one thing I can consistently provide. And cats. I can consistently provide that too. Really do think we're going to have to make Voya on Instagram. So it's actually not a bad idea, and that's something that I can do. It's not hard to take pictures of everybody. It's certainly not hard to take pictures and videos of him. He does so much cute stuff. And we'd have the bonus of like different little stream clips. What are you doing? What are you doing? Are you chewing on my hoodie? Okay, that's a delicious zipper. Both wave and particle until they're observed Schrodinger stream. Yeah. The chaos is always there. Will it just come out of the box or not? And if it's in the box, is it really there or not? Boya is a very pretty boy. You just gotta come home and be healthy. But I'm pretty satisfied with what the vet said earlier, so I don't know what their discharge hours are, or if it's like people where you can just say it's time to come home now, but I'm really hoping that by tomorrow evening then he can come home. Aw, thank you, the Mad Topher. Appreciate the down-to-earth aspect of the stream. Is that just because I'm squatting on the ground? We really are down-to-earth right now. There's one thing I've learned in my many years of streaming is I can't fake anything that would maybe make this a completely different place. I just can't. I can have a fake name. That's really about it. Anything that's about me is inherently me, and I don't know how to not be me. For better or for worse. I just don't know how. I tried the up-talking era. That was annoying. We're not going to do that again. That was the dawn of streaming. Not going to do that. Tried not being a cosplayer and doing the fancy lingerie, etc., etc. That lasted a couple years. Can't do that. Have to cosplay. Love costumes. Love being creative. Love making things. I can't not be myself. Truly, for better or for worse. Gotta go down to the basement for the most down-to-earth stream. Oh my goodness. You in this top. Stop chewing on that. There's lace on my bra and on my top, and they're interested in both of them. Stripes, that's a cord. Stripes, 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 that's a cord. Yes. Merp, merp. She just comes in like, I didn't do anything. Hi, baby. You're so silly. Fly cosplay. The on-the-fly cosplay. I do like closet cosplay. It looks cheap, and sometimes it doesn't look as good as I wanted it to. But I think there's a certain magic in like pulling together all these random bits to make your own inevitably unique version of a character. I like good cosplay, and I've really come to appreciate my own creation and what I've been able to buy over time to have good cosplay. So it's exact character replication. But on the flip side, I will never not love closet cosplay. I like that on the fly cosplay phrase though. That sounds better than closet cosplay. Otherwise, it sounds like I'm, coming out with an outfit and my sexuality. Surprised she doesn't leave scratches on your chest. She's being very gentle. Daisy is pretty rough, but Nibbler is very gentle, actually. She's very ginger with her movements. She's a mini mom. She's a gentle baby. You can buy a carbon copy or whatever outfit there is, but it takes real creativity to see something in something else. Yeah. I mean, I want a devil's advocate with that, like in the way of, if you're looking at a picture of a concept, it's not hard to find similarly matching pieces. But I think you can also tell on the same token when someone is dressed as a character versus actually transforming into a character, regardless of how accurate the costume is. And I've certainly had more low-key cosplay nights where I'm in character, but oh, that was not a kitten. Okay. Not in character in my soul. Like I'm dressed as Harley, but I'm very much still Serena. And that's not the greatest representation of cosplay. But I feel like it kind of has a trade-off too, where I get more into character when it's closet cosplay versus a perfect cosplay. You don't have to act in character as hard, although it is fun acting in character. I like it. It's never a chore. It's just something to remember to do. And then I get caught up in all of the goodness of stream and I forget that whoever I am. Transforming into the character is very much a mental state. I'm more of a jokey actress than a serious actress too. I find it interesting though. It's easier for me to stay in character as Harley when I'm in public at conventions, like behind a booth, versus on stream or walking around. I don't know what changes about that like character aspect for me, but something in my brain flips and then I am inevitably 100% Harley or whatever character. Which is pretty cool. I like that, but I wish that switch would flip always. That would be nice. Whatever that performative switch is. That's really what it is. Like making me break character. That's okay. I don't mind it. Harley is just cosplaying as Serena anyway. What, Miss Daisy? Yeah, you get that zipper. You get that zipper. Simba. Ah, Savannah. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Oh my god, I don't think I've told you guys this story. One year, on Christmas break, my nephew comes down the stairs, like, I don't know, maybe like 8 or 9 p.m. We're having a later night, like, you can stay up, it's the weekend, you're on break, etc. Like, do whatever you want. And he goes, Savannah, Feliz Navidad, Merry Christmas. And I just traumatized Daisy. But it was the weirdest, most random thing ever. And I will never forget about that, even when I'm like about to be dead and gone and have the worst Alzheimer's there ever was. Svenja, at just the top of the stairs. Feliz Navidad. It was during Christmas break, thankfully. But like, where does Svenja, Feliz Navidad, Merry Christmas come all together? Like, where in your mind do you randomly invent that at the top of the stairs? I don't think that was from a Vine. I think that was completely original nephew brain content. Probably about 7 or 8 years old at that time. Just bellowing, Savannah, Feliz Navidad, Merry Christmas. So now every time I hear, Savannah, I think of Feliz Navidad, Merry Christmas. Oh my god. You can see Feliz Navidad being a part of the Lion King song. Not even sure it's a language. It's in Swahili, I believe. And you can translate each part of it, and it's a song about like the dawn and birth of a king. But I'm pretty sure it's in Swahili. I think that's the language it's in. But it isn't a real language. Daisy is self-aware. She's so cute. She's so fluffy. Are we sleepy now? Let's see. Stripes is eeping on the chair. Daisy's on the table like, hey lady, it's bedtime. Nibbler is blended. Blended. She's in bed waiting too. Lion King lore is lacking. No, I feel like that's not a common fact for people to know it's in Swahili. I had a very like know-it-all friend when I was in grade school, and that's the only reason that I know it's in Swahili. Because I think I said it was like nonsense or something, and she was like, actually it's Swahili. It means blah 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 blah. Okay. This is now embarrassing and ingrained in my mind forever, apparently. Oh, that was a good pop. Oh, that was a good pop. Oh, thank fuck. I think sleeping in a bed for half my sleeps has been helping. Dang. Dang. Yeah, actually. Factually. It's your wake up song with your first iPod. I mean, that'll wake you the fuck up. It sure will. It sure will. Oh, that felt good. Alright, good night, babies. I will be in with you shortly. And we will snuggle tonight. Little Nibs, little Daisy, and Daisy's gonna just completely destroy Nibbler now. No, she's not. Them in cones is gonna be interesting. It'll be interesting. I might switch them to soft cones after like a week, but we're gonna try the hard cones first. I gotta collect Slavka's cones so you can use it for Void too, so I don't have to buy one more. I think Void's small enough to where that cone will fit her. Because Slavka was on the smallest size. I love you, little beans. I love you, little beans. We will be back shortly and we will get nighttime munchies and snugglies. Snugglies. There's Gunther. There's Zeke. Zekerton. There he is. He always goes in front of the curtains and blends in so hard. Beautiful orange eyes. Beautiful orange eyes. He looked kind of wolfy, I feel like. He's a little cutie butt. A little cutie butt. You flip us over and then we'll give you all love and say good nights.
There we go. And we're back. And we're back. OMG Aziki, I know. And he used the pretty litter, let me see, the other night a little bit. And it was indeed darker colored, so I think it only shows when there's like truly an emergency. But just this can go over here. Oop. Okay, that's fine. Whoop. He did use it today, and it was a super normal color, so I think that's improvement. I did not drop the light. The light says, "Girl, you have had a rough enough day. We are not gonna fuck with you today." And light, thank you. I really appreciate that. That honestly means a lot. It's extremely helpful. It's very extremely helpful. Just forget what plug this one is. It's confusing now with a 3-way cord. We did good. Pro streamer indeed. Disconnect. Blur, 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 blur. I'm looking forward to the vet calling in the morning. That will be good. That will be good. Oh, I wanted to play some Star Wars, but it is bedtime. The babies wanted love, and Void wanted love more. Silly little goobers. Void is so funny. She's so interested in people food, but she doesn't want to eat it. I keep giving her little bites of things that she can have when I'm having my meals. And she wants to sniff it, but she doesn't want to eat it. She just wants the option of it. She's funny. Star Wars will always be there. You're not wrong. It's not going anywhere, obviously, because we haven't played it since June. But it seemed like a fun idea. Oh, my brain wanted the Star Wars serotonin. But that's okay. Now it's too sleepy to give a fuck. A couple of preemptive sips of coffee to feed the zoo here. We don't need these instructions anymore. Creatology. That turned out super cute. I didn't have faith in it at first, I'll be honest. It turned out to be a really cute star. It looks like a donut. It looks like it should be like a crumble cookie topping. I saw somewhere today that Crumble is going out of business. I never bought them. I don't think they have vegan ones, but they always looked cool. Kind of surprises me. Like, every influencer bought them. Like, did they just give them for free or not make any money? Is that actually true? Keyboard is up. Granted, I do not do a lot of makeup tonight. But it was very different setting up over here and having Zeke on my lap for all of the time of getting ready. It's not very spacious. It's not the best setup. I gotta tweak that a little bit. I read somewhere earlier that Crumble Cookie is going out of business. Like, they're all closing. Yeah, they are expensive. I wouldn't buy them, even if they had vegan ones. But I mean, I guess if you're like doing a video on them, it's like a work expense. You could argue. No, Crumble Cookies is not closing down entirely, but some individual stores have closed due to underperformance or operational issues, leading to rumors where the company is also reportedly exploring selling a stake and facing legal issues, though they continue to expand. While rumors and a satirical article suggest a full shutdown. Bad information. Twitter. The reality is that Crumble is managing closures of underperforming locations alongside new store openings, navigating franchise challenges, and dealing with lawsuits. Yeah. They do good business by you. They are very expensive. I would not go down that route. But they are pretty cookies. And they're big, I think. Crumble near you is closed, but it's near almost midnight. I would guess that they're probably not open later than like 9 p.m. I guess lawsuits, yeah. What did they do? They're facing several lawsuits, most notably a major copyright infringement case from Warner Brothers Music Group. Oh, they sued Crumble in April 2025 for using copyrighted music like Taylor Swift, Beyonce, BTS in social media ads without licenses, claiming potential damages up to $24 million. Shit. Alleging unauthorized use of over 150 songs in their popular TikTok videos, seeking millions in damages. Other suits include class actions for deceptive calorie labeling and allegedly intercepting customer data via website tracking, plus a Telephone Consumer Protection Act suit for unwanted text messages. Crumble has also previously sued rival like Dirty Dough and Crave Cookies over their trademark and dress infringement. See, a lawsuit alleges Crumble uses third-party company Stripe to track user clicks, keystrokes, and other sensitive data without consent, potentially violating privacy laws. Unwanted text was a class action claim that Crumble violated the Telephone Consumer Protection Act by sending promotional text numbers on the National Do Not Call Registry. My dad is on that. Calorie misrepresentation, a proposed class action from late 2023 alleges Crumble misled consumers about the high calorie counts in single cookies, which can equal multiple servings. I saw that where they were labeling each cookie as like 100 calories or something, but it was 100 calories per serving, and a serving was like a triangle pizza slice of the cookie. Crumble's attorneys are not very good to allow that. I don't know how long the company has been around, but I feel like they've just made stupid mistakes by blowing up fast. And maybe I'm wrong about that, but it was probably more important for them. If I were them and if I were that stupid, I would have justified all of this by making it more important that the world knows the name Crumble Cookie and that it's viral versus using best shop practices. But thankfully, I'm both mindful and lazy, so I would never run a business like that. Takes a lot of effort to be a piece of shit, and takes a lot of effort to clean up after that. It takes a lot of effort to make something go extremely viral. Now I'm a tired girl. But no, I don't think their attorneys are very good at all. I didn't know the other parts, but I did know the calorie one. Because I remember when that went viral. Since they're national, blowing up is probably more important. That would be my thought process with that. Which is pretty skeezy of companies to like... I get it. In this day and age, you really don't exist unless you are a viral creature. But is it really worth sacrificing both money and morals for that? I mean, it's not good in the long run if you're losing money, even if you're making money. It's not even good in the short run. And certainly not good in the short or long run if you're making a bad name for yourself. What they're probably going to do is make sure that their store locations are viral and well known and then rebrand. I'm putting money on it right now. They're going to make sure that their locations are memorable, keep them the same looking, and rebrand with some kind of other but similar name. You sell the company and cash out at the peak, which is the goal a lot of time for rapid growth companies. That is true too. It's kind of like the modern pump and dump scheme almost. And then whoever buys the company just needs to fix the bad branding and retain the virality of whatever the concept is, if it's a similar concept. It's like the large business scale of like buying someone else's 100 million follower Twitter. Will your tweets be as quality and keep you at 100K? Find out on the next episode. World is so weird like that. It's like a transference of wealth, but it's just like social media presence, and it's weird. It is wealth too, but it's very weird. Something that I understand, but still makes my brain itch a little bit and go, that really happens? I don't get it. It doesn't make sense. Tiki, you can get some EPs. You're a very snuggly, sweet, happy boy. Yes, you are. You're very cozy. Glad he's feeling a little better, at least. Glad Voya's doing decent. I'm so grateful. Find out more tomorrow. I want him to come home tomorrow. It's so fucking weird being here without him. It's weird, Zeke. Gunther's actually doing better this evening. He was freaking the fuck out earlier today and last night. He was like inconsolable. He's never been without Voya. Like, that's his bro. That's his bro. Influence is power, and power has a price. We're not wrong. That is very true. Social influence is incredibly powerful. It baffles me. Fingers and paws crossed for Voya to come home and be healthy. Yes. Yes. Please. Please, I need my boy. But I understand he needs to be in the hospital and get healthy. But like, oh my god, I need my boy. Hey, you itch that ear. You itch that ear. Gunther needs an emotional support pillow. Usually it's me. But he was kind of worn out from freaking out earlier, so I took a nap in with Tank earlier, because Tank hasn't gotten some snugglies in a hot minute with all the bebopping arounds. You tooted on me again. He's very relaxed. That was a moment in time. I just really hope he comes home tomorrow. I want him to be all better, but I miss him so much. I'm empty inside without him. I am devoid without the void. That's how men show love. We only toot around those we trust. No, you guys toot wherever you want. I took care of my grandpa. Or maybe you just get old and then you don't care who loves you or not anymore. I don't know. Y'all toot everywhere. You just only make a show of it around the people you love. You turn back into like an 8-year-old again. Pull my finger. Oh my goodness. Grandpa status is different. When we're young, we need love. Okay, that's true. Hey, grandpas deserve love too. Need more girlies like me for the old men out there. Aw, Siki, you're so cozy. That actually is so important. You guys do need so much love when you're young. Toxic masculinity is hard enough to fend off. But if you're not given like an immense amount, not an immense amount of like babying, but an immense amount of love when you're at your young developing stages versus told to just like walk it off. I feel like that's negatively impactful. It can be toxic. It's not good for y'all's mental health. It's not. Gonna fight about it. Only one knuckle wants to crack. The one time I need my knuckles to crack and be intimidating. Come on now. Toxic masculinity is probably the wrong word for it, but the concept in itself of men deserve more love and hugs, because it's true. Needs to be explored and honed in on, I would say. Oh, I didn't up count. Let me do that before I forget. It's okay to feel. It really is. The world is lying to you. I don't know. I would rather a man cry in front of me and instead of yell in front of me. And I feel like if men don't cry, they yell. That's what I'm gonna dumb it down as. And hopefully that makes sense. Everyone does need a balance growing up. My God, I found this so interesting. So there are a handful of studies that have been done on it over the years, but I think the most primary one was done when we were younger. And if you do or don't emote around children, so like expressing happiness, sadness, confusion, anger. I now realize that like all three of those faces of the last ones are the same for me, but happiness shines through, so that's all that matters. But if you don't emote at them, then they don't learn to properly regulate or express their own emotions, and it becomes like a very hypersensitive being growing up, and a lot of things negative or that need work or are detrimental tend to arise from that. But secondarily, without even realizing it, I've just been tired as fucking overwhelmed. Emoting at the zoo, like at animals, really does matter too. I can see their expressions and emotions change and how they act around me change when I'm blank face versus like, hi baby, how are you? What is going on here? Up and up and up. That exposure is so fascinating and interesting, and I feel like boys get talked to so seriously when they're younger. Or on the flip side, just joked with. More than like girls get a full range of emotions and expressions, whether from their mother, father, whatever their main male and female figures are in their life versus the boys. Welcome back, Barnstar. You're just in time for sleepy Serena rambles and good nights. Oh, shame on the ISP. Zeke, pee on it. Pee on it. Oh. You were missed. It's okay. You just missed Serena rambles. Zoo reads you really well. I really wonder. If you guys have pets, I would challenge you all to, don't hurt their feelings, but change your emotive expressions around them and see how they react with a blank or stoic face versus an expressive face. I can really see it with Charlie and Diesel the most. They react so differently with their energy, whether I'm emoting and happy or if I'm just blank-faced. They're both very much more pushy if I'm blank-faced versus showing them that I'm pleased with them with my expression. Mr. Zekers. I found that fascinating, though. It was so interesting to learn about kids that way. But then to realize I was inadvertently doing it with the zoo and then realizing their backwards reflection of it. It was so cool. It was so cool. Not cool that I was being a blank-faced dumbass, but interesting to see the correlation between the two. Oh, snap! Oh, snap! Thank you so much for the 5 gifted, Barnstar. That's so kind of you. You're an awesome human alert up in here. Thank you oh so mucho. Thank you. Thank you for supporting the holidays. Thank you for supporting the Stream the Dreams project. And you get to choose a kitty. Choose your own adventure. We have a Voya. Choose your poison over here. A Void Mama Cat. A Zeke, currently on my lap, but probably not visual because wearing black, and he is black. Marblean. Slavka, my little wild child. Mr. Chong. The aforementioned Miss Charlie and her little mustache. Mr. Gunther. Chilling over behind the desk. Or Mr. Munster. Who do you claim? Who do you give chosen baby daddy privilege to? Thank you so much. That was overly kind of you. I appreciate you oh so mucho. Despite our unfortunate little emergency blip of time, all subs, bits, kicks, etc. will be donated to Pause Chicago and Chicago Animal Care and Control at the end of the month. CACC is wish list only, so we will be going through their wish list and shopping for what they have prioritized and etc. from there. Chong kind of hits a note with you. Oh, nice! He is a very calm, chill boy, as his name so reflects. Thank you oh so mucho. He is yours. He is yours. Chong is a little cutie pot pie. Despite how common stones and things are with boys, he's the only other cat that I've ever had this kind of issue with. He had a bladder stone about 10 years ago that never made it down to his pee-pee, thankfully. But he had to have surgery for that. We are. All subs across Twitch and Kick are going to be donated to Paws Chicago and Chicago Animal Care and Control. Let me write this before I put it on. Which this is actually our 7th year donating to, from like every streaming site that I've been on across the board, donating to CACC, and this is our 3rd, I think, year donating to Paws Chicago specifically for Christmas. I think we've done it on and off for birthdays for probably the last 5 years between them and formerly Spay, Illinois, now Paws for a Cause. Very confusing. They both have Paws in the title. But yes, my birthday is in November, so we did a little subathon last month. Everything donated to NAWS, the National Animal Welfare Society, and Paws for a Cause. And then for Christmas, I'd like to do Chicago Animal Care and Control again, and Paws as well. Paws is awesome. I have a vlog where I got to tour their facility, and I think at this point I can upload it, so I need to do that soon. You write on our tag here. You are awesome. Thank you again so much. It's very sweet of you. You guys are way too kind to me today. I don't know if I deserve it, but I sure should appreciate it. Thank you all so much. We're all amazing humans. Just for showing up with your wonderful selves. Everything else is just an incredible bonus. Chong is yours! Is yours! That's a good question. I guess I would consider it an annual event at this point, because it's been 7 years that every Christmas we do CACC. It's probably loud. My bad. My bad. So I guess I would consider it an annual thing. I'd like to have it actually like sequestered out to where we do specific ones for my birthday and then specific ones for Christmas, because then it can be an annual event that I can efficiently like blast across social media. But there's just 4 rescues that I really love, and between birthday and Christmas we divvy out to both. Won't hear any smack about the Z-Milk today. I'm the real hero? I don't know about that. It's with viewers like you. Thank you. That I have the awesome ability to be able to do those things. Which I always provide direct links as well. You can see in the toggles if you want it to be your own and not go through me for it. That's absolutely fine too. I just like getting the word across for it. But of course for your local rescue as well. That's important. It's only teasing about how loud it is. No, I'm curious now. It's close to the end of stream, so it'll be easy to look back and see how clanky or wind chimey it is. Oh, well, thank you. I'd try. If all we can do is just a little bit of good in this world, I think we did pretty damn awesome. And I'm very grateful that I'm magically given the resources to be able to do that. That means a lot. In some ways, yes, the world could do with more Serenas. In other ways, thank goodness there is only one. But I would say in terms of animal advocacy, 1, spay and neuter your pets, and 2, yes, there should be more Serenas. Every other function in life, I don't know about more of her, but but in animal advocacy, that would be nice. Not saying everyone should have 1,000 cats, but okay. You just want to sit and don't want to be pet right now, that's your choice. Okay, you can just be comfy. He knows that bedtime and uptime is imminent. Made my mark in your heart. Like a monster mark. One of my cats, Munster, scratches everyone that he loves and gives a scar to. I feel like I've now given the Munster Zorro mark. It was big words. He says, "Ma, I'm comfy." He just wants to go to sleep. Like, that made him get up, but he's gonna go back to sleep in, like, just a second. I think there's a little Dickie song that starts just like this one. And I always think that's the one that's gonna start. Now he's gonna prove me wrong, because he's a cat, but he is ready for sleep. He was about to fall asleep. Fix our count, and then we're gonna hit the hay. But thank you all so much. Thank you. You guys are way too sweet to me today. I'm very grateful for that. We're at 28 subs. Donate. I need to check Twitch. I can see the sub count, but I don't know when it rolls over for the new month for anything. I shall see. I shall see, and then we'll update fully, but we're at least 28 subs to donate to Chicago Animal Care and Control, which is where I adopted Chauncey from, and a few dogs before him, and Two Paws Chicago, which is wonderful and lovely. They're actually one of the biggest supporters and placement pullers and foster distributors, which is kind of a weird way of saying it, for Chicago Animal Care and Control, so they do a lot of help for them. It's wonderful. Aw, thank you. Thank you. The feeling is mutual. Look at you guys talking to yourselves in mirrors in my chats. You're amazing. You sweet beans. I appreciate you all. Thank you all for a wonderful night. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your chats. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your company. But thank you for your time more than anything. Your time is so very valuable. And please do not ever forget that. You can make more money. You can make more friends. You can make more Serena pens. You can make more PlayStation clickies. But you cannot make more time. It is a finite resource. So thank you so much for yours. Whether it is 2 seconds, 2 minutes, 2 hours, or I don't see you again for 2 years. When our times collide, it is beautiful, magical, amazing, and marvelous. And thank you all again extra for your time tonight. That means a lot. I know I'm not the most muchness. Oh, my camera's moved over. That's why it's looked weird to me. I thought I just scooted weird. I know tonight has not been the most high energy or probably best interpersonal vibe stream, and I appreciate you all being so sweet with me while I'm in my feels about the little Voyovnik. Can't help it. It's so dangerous keeping a mirror next to your screen. You know what? Positive affirmations. We're calling it a good thing. Keep saying it. Say it more. Increase times 5. I dare you. I dare you. If you babes want to keep up with me offline, hop into the Disky Boo. Otherwise, we got the fun stuff. Socials. Some more fun stuff. The schedule for when I will see you babes next, and I think it is up to date at this point in time. Pardon. Thank you all for being a part of the Stream the Dreams project. It is very special to me and absolutely magical of all of you and your support. Zeke, please don't get grumpy with my existence right now. You chose to be on my lap, my child. You chose this. Let's throw Chauncey in the mix for this one. And thank you all for being a part of the holidays. Mostly, at this point in time. Thank you all for your support with Mr. Voyabean so far. I will throw out a tweet on socials of where we are at as far as progress, and all I can really say in simple words until I have paragraphs to type out about it. Just thank you all for your support with that. It means a lot to me. Thank you all for understanding how special to me that he is. I think that's it's beautiful to be supported and cared for and to have help, having a burden lifted from your shoulders, but it's the most magical thing for someone to truly understand how special something or someone is to you. And thank you. Thank you. Now the Shrek song is coming into my head. I'm a believer, yeah, 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 yeah. My voice is not having it for the rest of tonight. This was a wonderful stream, though. You guys are what made it wonderful, and thank you so much. Even more good news coming tomorrow morning. I can feel it. Cross fingers and paws. Not too tight, but just tight enough so that we're all comfortable tonight, including Mr. Bean. Cross fingers and paws. Cross fingers and paws. I mean, I can't, like, throw him in your face if he's home tomorrow night, because he'll probably be a little uncomfortable from the catheter situation, but, I can't wait to just... It's gonna be the best. I'm gonna cry, like, thinking about how happy I'm gonna be holding him in my arms again. Like, I'm never gonna let go of him. That's all you guys are ever gonna see. Never a bikini stream again. Just cat. Just cat. Only cat. Join my only cat stream. Thank you, the bad Topher. I'm really hoping that we're feeling it. Crossing fingers and paws. You're so handsome and that beard looks great on you. You know what? I bet it does. Hold on to that dearly as well. May the nerdiness be with you and also with you. Fingers and paws crossed for Voya. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, if I don't see you, Bevs, have a wonderful, happy holidays. Otherwise, when time allows for it, we shall see you then. Oh, I will sing much more, but hopefully not like that. Aw, thank you for popping in Midnight Dynamite. I hope you have a beautiful rest of your night. I'm headed off to Sleepland. Yeah, it was a great bikini stream tonight. GG's, guys. Thanks for that. Had fun in the tub. I hope you did too. Oh, do me one favor until I see you Bebs next, and that is remember that you are wonderful, amazing, spectacular, phenomenal, oh so kind, oh so wonderful, and oh so gorgeous, in case no one's told you yet today. Take all those compliments, and normally we would stand up for this, but there's a very particular Zeke on my lap, so put those in your back pocket, your side pocket, there is no pockets in this. Your cute little hoodie pocket, because yours probably has pockets, your adorable little shirt pocket, floating in suspended animation. Until I see you Bebs next. A beautiful rest of your night. Get some good eepy sleepies. Get some good dreamies. Get some good munchies. And I shall catch you for the next one. When our times collide. When our times align. We will be marvelous. Zeke Paperweight TV. That makes him sound like a retired heavyweight champion. He is doing good work right now. He's making it very sure that, you know, if I was locked into stream for like the next 5 hours, he would have my back for that. He has taken over on the boss man status. Unfortunately / fortunately for us all, I'm a tired girl. But he would be in on that. I mean, unless you're my size, have fun wearing it. But otherwise, yes, it is quite comfortable. I would probably steal it if I didn't have it. Get some good sleeps tonight, and I shall see you all for the next one. Good nighty night, Club Cult, and thank you for testing out this wild world that we have going on here new. Putting up with all the chaos and enduring the scuffedness. You are the real MVPs. And thank you for being used. Get some good sleepies, my sweet baboos. Could be a nice glove. That's for sure. That's for sure. I don't know, I'm like the size of a 12-year-old man. It's unless you're 12, it's a little hard to be as small as I am. But I welcome the tries. A for effort. Get some good sleeps tonight. May you all sleep as well as Mr. Zeke Zekerton of the Lappingtons now. And I don't have a stop stream screen anymore, so we're just gonna awkwardly do an exit from here. It's been a while since I've stopped stream like this, so take it for how it'll go. But please remember that you are all wonderful. I shall see you again soon. Good night, babies.